What's up, guys? How's it going? Checking the volume. Is the volume good? Let's see. Get my phone and take a look. Sometimes I'll go live stream and the volume doesn't work. So I'm trying to see. 1 second, guys. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Let me shuffle the cards while that happens. How you guys doing? You doing good? I'm going to be running through the signs. I'll probably do 1-minute videos. And then, okay, so the volume is working good. I have $500 courses available, or if you would like a reading, it's only $24. 24 is the number of Jupiter, mind you, so I wanted to make that a 24 number. It's also a divisible of 8 number year, growth, expansion, same thing with Jupiter. The ruling sign of Sagittarius, which is a fun, fleeting energy, flying energy, an energy of choice, an energy that we choose to remain in. By fleeting, it's kind of like come and go, but the individual that's embodying it is very flight of foot, right? Come and go. So it's very light and loose energy that thematically it's been coming across as something that we want to embody. But as the human condition, or being in the condition of the human battery, that line can teeter to the 9 of Wands, which can be a little bit more inundated, heavy, burdensome energy. It's when we collapse into our density, which is a heavier, denser state. Okay, so we want to make sure that our state is kind of light and vibrant and feel good, a feel good movie, so to speak, right? So let's run through the signs. We're coming across all the signs and seeing what wants to come through. Like I said, I have a $500 all access tarot course available where I teach the secrets of manifestation, astrology, tarot, all the symbols, all the meanings, and then the readings. If you would just like a one-on-one reading, it's only $24. My number is always available in the description box if you want to shoot me a text message. Check out all social medias at Run and Gun Tarot, where you can find my content. I try to upload minute-long content, and then maybe even a couple minute-long videos on the YouTube. Other than that, we're all good. We're just chilling, picking up energies, the royal we, right? Me and my spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light. Highest possible answers at this time. Highest possible messages at this time for those who are viewing this reading. Please do like, share, follow, comment on the live stream, jump in, hang out, comment on the box, the chat box. It is 7:10 on January 29th, 2024. At the time of this recording. Spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light. Highest possible messages at this time for the general collective. So we have the Three of Swords here in the reverse. Automatically, the reversals are coming out of this energy, or pulling out, in this instance, the swords. The swords are piercing the heart. The swords are an electrical component, a thought cloud. The electrical component is an electron cloud, and that's what our thinking is. It can take the form of a particle wave, like an electric beam or a laser beam, or it can take the form of a cloud, a thought cloud. So in this instance, that kind of electric sword, or that negative kind of lightning bolt, particle beam, is piercing the heart, or the emotional aspect of us. We want to start getting in. By the way, I've had these huge mega downloads this past weekend, so it's really going to transform the way I read all of this stuff, because it's now become an integrated process in the understanding of electromagnetism, which is the substrate of all reality, right? Electricity, dielectricity, and magnetism is everything, is how everything runs. So the Three of Swords in this instance for the general collective is actually a positive because it means that we're coming out of this state of ignorance and we're moving into this state of grace. Now, kind of interestingly enough, this sword or this heart in the reverse looks like a spade in the playing card deck. And what's significant about that is that when you draw a spade, it also references the sign of Jupiter, right? Jupiter is the number 2 with the cross down the top and then crossed again, I believe. And when you flip that sign of Jupiter in the upright, it becomes Saturn, the alchemical symbol for Saturn. So when I say Jupiter, I mean the alchemical symbol for Jupiter and now the alchemical symbol for Saturn. So when you see a number 5, that's actually a reference to the alchemical number for Saturn. When you turn it in the reverse, that rounded part is upward. That is the heart in reverse. And that rounded part being on the top above where the cross would be, right? The flat head of the 5, because we turned the 5 upside down. That rounded part on the top represents Jupiter, which is the number 2 symbol with the line down that makes it look like a 4, 24, which is why I said earlier I'm making my readings $24 because that's the sign of Jupiter. So, and the way you get the sign for Saturn with the number 5 is you put another mirrored version of a number 5 right next to it, so they're butt to butt. And when you do that, now you have a horizontal line with a plus or with a little notch at the bottom, and when you add another notch at the top, that's the plus sign, that's a cross, which is again the alchemical sign for Saturn. So when I see that, I apply this knowledge to this. This is the first time I'm reading this like this, by the way. Okay, 3 swords in reverse. So this is much more of an air of coming out of that Saturn energy. The Saturn energy is the restriction, right? And it's pointing more so towards the Jupiter energy. And the Jupiter is expansion and growth. Okay. So that's what we want. That's how we overcome the bondage and the restriction of Saturn. Now, one of the big kind of revelatory downloads in all of this is the fact that the way that you are most empowered is by moving your attention, redirecting that laser beam, right? The laser beam is consciousness or awareness. Consciousness or awareness, even though I'm calling it a laser beam, is actually a vacuum, right? Your eyes are a vacuum. We're sucking in all the electrons, expressing the light waves, all that shit, the light spectrum. So I know we're going through a lot here, but bear with me. That is your superpower. That is where you're directing your attention, because where you're directing your attention, like for instance, if I'm directing my attention in the camera lens, I'm telling myself, this is good, this is great, this is awesome, this is where I'm making money. The camera lens is my friend. The camera lens loves me, and I love the camera lens, because what it's doing is it's sucking in all of my electrons. It's taking in all of my electrons through the kind of light observatory spectrum. So if that vacuum of the camera lens is taking my electrons, then guess what? Inside is more or not inside, but what would be inside to you, this realm, right where I'm at, would be less negatively charged, because now the outlet is being viewed. The camera becomes the observer in the quantum, right? At some non-local time when someone watches this on replay. So we're more in tune with the non-local quantum than we might even understand. So Now that I've defined my relationship with this is actually a good thing, because even though I might be witness to my own uncomfortability, whether in feelings or thinking or self consciousness, if people are like camera shy, for instance, my power and discernment has it so that I say that doesn't matter. Those negative feelings, those negative thoughts are no thing. They don't matter, right? What matters is what I choose to put my attention on. So I think of the notion of like the fisherman, right? If there's a fisherman on a bay and he casts his reel, cast his line into the water, right? And he pulls in a tire, uh, a rubber tire. Now, that would be seemingly negative because that's not his intention, that's not his desire, right? Similarly, when we have a negative experience that we don't wish upon ourselves, we might even feel like, just to use and play with this example that we just established here, that would be like the fisherman not only reeled in a tire, but now the tire's around him and he's all stuck and he's all having a shitty day or a shitty experience. So what do people that are good under pressure do, right? People that are good under pressure, in this example, our funny, silly character has a tire around him. People that are good in that situation, they don't lose their focus of what their desire is. They just take the tire and they cast it aside, right? I'm casting my attention like I cast the reel of the line. And that ill-fated event or that negative thought or feeling or experience doesn't matter, right? I'm saying it doesn't matter because it's no thing, because it's not a thing, because I'm not focusing on it anymore. So what I focus on grows, as we've all been told, right? So now the focus, no matter what the situation is always going to be the end result, right? In this instance, fish. The fisherman is trying to fish, wanting to fish, so he's not going to stop, even though he may have pulled in a tire, even though somebody may have thrown a tire around him. In this funny example, he's going to keep focused on the fish until he gets the fish, the big fish, the white whale, the Moby Dick, call me Ishmael type shit. Yeah. Now, why this is relevant to this, right? All of this is connected and relevant, probably seemingly with every card. But this is relevant because this then becomes a choice, right? These swords are electrical. I choose to say they are no thing, right? They may look dense, they may look like they're in a collapsed state because I'm giving my attention to them, right? If I say they're no thing, then they go away and I focus on being healed, being happy, being whole, being complete. Sometimes we fall into the trap of thinking that we have to be given that forgiveness or given that healing when healing is a choice. Just like with like citizenship, right? Like on a technicality, all you have to do is declare yourself to be a United States citizen, and that's how you become a United States citizen. Actually, by law, by code, it's a declaration of independence and or a declaration to being a citizen. But all these people that are trying to get a green card, they don't know that law. They don't know that aspect, that fact, that code. So they get shoved through the paper, pushing paper into the whole cycle of thinking that someone needs to give them that status when it is a status that has to be self-ordained, proclaimed, and chosen. Same thing for when we declare our independence as a sovereign nation. So it's interesting because this even permeates into the rules of legality, which is a whole another deal, right? And like not taking claim to our straw man, which is our fictitious character. Like I always say, like me, Peter Valadez, it's not real, right? It's a concept that I made up, or that my parents gave me the name that became a concept that became a retainer, right? The concept is an electron cloud. And so we give it life by giving it attention, by feeding it. Similarly, if we are here with swords in our heart in a state of sorrow and unhappiness, it's because this is the stasis, the stagnant state. We have to take those swords out by giving us closure and healing and all that stuff. But also by like really doing the work, right? So that we don't accrue karma. What accrued karma is when you are still in a quantum entanglement, like how Jada was saying. Like you are literally like um, non-locally attached to that electron or that particle or that atom in this particle cloud. In this example, the electron that we're referring to. You know what I'm saying? So it's fascinating when you look at it like that. So the good thing is that the general collective, we're in the process of doing this, right? Awakening, right? The Great Awakening, the Age of Aquarius, to our choice, so that when you wake up in the morning, it's a fantasy factory. It's a heaven factory because I choose heaven. Why would I not choose the best of the best, right? I wake up, I'm turning on the lights, I'm making the coffee, I'm going to the bathroom, I'm taking a shower. All of that is in preparation for the heavenly fantasy factory. But if you're calling it a shit show or something negative or this and that, well, then you're creating that because you're putting attention into that reality. But if I say, no, business is moving, booming, I'm making money, I made 5 students today, I'm excited, I feel good, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, this is gonna happen, this is gonna work, it's already working, I'm embodying it. Now that tire around you, around the fisherman, might all of a sudden become a solid gold tire. In which case, now he could go buy everything that he wants and needs. So it's like we have such power of transmutation based on our interface with reality, right? Likewise, if I'm like self-conscious, or if I'm looking at the camera, for instance, or looking at someone when I'm speaking, and bad feelings come up or bad thoughts come up, or even in my day, if bad feelings and thoughts come up, now I choose to condition myself to tell myself that doesn't matter. Those things don't matter. Because I am in the know. I know better now. When you know better, you can do better. When you know, but to know better is to know God, to have knowledge, gnosis. That my power, I know better now that my power is in where I'm directing that laser beam, right? Where am I headed that laser beam? So similarly, if we said that the thinking, or in behind the eyes, the act of observing is a vacuum space, which means that it's more positively charged, right? Because it's a vacuum, it's wanting to pull in electrons. In this case, we'll call them, or protons. But for this example, I'm understanding everything to be electrons, an electron cloud on the color spectrum, right? Something that we would deem material or experiential. So from the vacuum of our perception, our pupils, our black hole sun, right, going into the universe, the matrix of our minds, we're taking in that electron cloud that is either the physical experience or the thought experience of projecting a good image that I choose, right? So all of these choices of either, if they're subconscious thoughts, you know they're subconscious because they're coming without your active conscious choice, right? But even your active conscious choice is going to be a substrate of, or come from, contextually, culture, what you're taught to value, your value system, what you've been taking in your entire life, right? They say that the subconscious is negatively charged and the right hemisphere, the co-creative, divine, intuitive, is positively charged. So if I'm getting these negative burp ups or feeling ups popping up, waves of emotion, right? An electron could be in wave form or particle form, right? Particle, circle, ball, photon thing, or it could be a wave, right? The emotions tend to be what? Wave, more of the wave aspect of it. And the thoughts tend to be more of the electrical or the particle component of it, right? More of like a jagged edge wave, so the different forms, but they're all expressions of the same thing. And I was doing research this past weekend of how basically lightning or how electricity travels is on the magnetic spectrum, magnetic oscillating spectrum. So it just really illuminated me as to how all this manifestation stuff really works. And the fact also that the human being is a battery, so is the planet, and there's free energy everywhere, right? But we're all in this matrix to make us believe that there's lack and scarcity and what have you, but there's not. Everything is infinite, fractal, abundant. So if I know that, I choose to be happy with that information. I choose awesomeness with that information. Let's see what else wants to come out as far as, let's go through Aries or the first house. So this is judgment. Anytime I see judgment, I see second and third chances. Okay, someone is making a ruling. Okay, what are they making a ruling in regards to, Spirit? We could play surface or we could play deep, either way. Page of Pentacles in the upright. Someone is making a ruling or a judgment about something that they could possibly receive or what they're able to give, or maybe even both the giving and the receiving. Okay. Now this is tradition, right? It looks like there's two individuals here, but it is not necessarily marriage as it could be read as. Okay, this is more so tradition, more so orthodoxy. So giving or receiving in regards to maybe, my understanding of the value of this channel, because for me, I interpret it as what I'm personally going through. So now I'm awakening or becoming more aware to the value of what I have in this channel or what I can give in this channel. For others, it might be, let's say, through like a marriage, right? Realizing and understanding, wanting to give it a second chance. Okay. Yes, someone or something is wanting to make an offer into it, maybe make an investment into it. Okay, the Emperor might see this, right? The Emperor, I'm the Emperor. If you're an Aries, or you could apply this to your first house, you're the protagonist, right? You're the overseer, you see it. Now, the Emperor might be concerned about the judgment, but this could have been maybe in the past coming from a place of ignorance, right? Now, in his knowledge and wisdom, now he chooses to look at the Knight of Cups in the upright, because now he's visualizing students coming to him, right? To, buy the tarot courses, or clients and callers coming to him, or whatever your business is. That's what he's utilizing the space for, right? The space is good because it means it's to be filled with your, it's even in the language, right? Positive or negative projections. Yeah. Let's see here. What else we got going? I might make some more stronger coffee, so bear with me, but I'll keep on. I also think someone dropped something off at my door, so I want to look into that. I tried to make some coffee overnight, but it came more so across as like a tea. I'm making it in my pot because my coffee machine broke. Give me 1 second, I'll be with you. One second, I'm gonna make myself some stronger coffee, but I'm just gonna write a message. Be right back. What's up? How's it going? I'm literally going to be like 2 feet away in the kitchen making coffee. 1 second. I'll get to it. Look at this big old bag of peanuts. So the best way to kind of essentially tell yourself that these things don't matter, right, is to essentially ignore them or not attribute anything to them over time, right? Conditioning yourself to not even say, they don't matter. Even every time something pops up, you just continue to, you're essentially ignoring them, if they're negative thought waves or bubbles or now. I think one of the things that modern, call it psychology, was trying to tell us is that like that's not good, you shouldn't do this, da, 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 da. So what I'm saying is, to an extent, you have to do that based on what's in your control, right? Versus what's not in your control. Look at this big old bag of peanuts that I got. Now this is in my control. I can get behind this. But if we're talking about age, excuse me as I have peanuts. But let's see. All I know is that we left off at the tower in the reverse. So that's speaking to space, right? And space is good because we have the ability to project and create. You have to be the ability to cast into that space. If I have a thought, I want to be with my twin flame soulmate dharmic partner, as opposed to karmic, then that thought, and I was thinking about this yesterday, is coming from the subconscious to the conscious. So whatever it is, it's negative emerging, right? To what we call positive, the positive reality. But what we know as the positive reality is, and life will give you moments when you are climbing up the ladder and downloading into uploading, I should say, into the higher reality. That's another thing that we have about our vernacular, right? We're saying down low, down low, down low, down low, right? We should start saying upload, upload, upload. It's an upload. I just experienced an upload. That's what I think what they mean by a glitch in the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Those moments, those where something doesn't work or something, whatever, it's like you're uploading to the next level. So you're climbing up the ladder. So I'm going to start calling it upload instead of download. Yeah. Just like heaven is high, hell is low, hello. It's kind of like that. If you're casting spells to your subconscious through the language. So the more that you're mindful of that, the more that you're mindful what the language is doing to you. Where is it trying to send you? Is it trying to send you down, or is it trying to send you up? You know what I'm saying? So even through the language, we're doing this magnetic magic here, this act, taking action magnetically. But we're talking about, so if I have the thought of I want to be with my twin flame dharmic, is what I'm calling it, right? Instead of a karmic. We want to start to replace the negative talk with the positive. Instead of karma, dharma. Instead of download, upload. Instead of hello, hi. Quadruple 3 on the clock, as I say that. 3, 3, 3, 3. So we're unpacking a lot, right? But it's fun. I love this. And remind me, I have coffee on the stern over there, or on the oven here. 741. Those are good numbers too. The good confirmation numbers as well, kind of tells you, it makes you aware of where are you going on your path. Are you staying stuck in the middle with you? Are you descending down, or are you going up? You want to keep on going up and up and up. So by the process of continuing to go up and up and up, negative thought clouds or experience or realities seem now, when we're in the better reality seems less negative in comparison to where we were. Even though any state of being or experience, even if it's heaven itself, would theoretically be a negative experience, because to experience anything, you need negative charges, electrons. So in this instance, nothing is better than something, because when you're going to sleep every day, you're going back to space. the emptiness, the void. But the space, the emptiness is the void, and the void is good because that allows for heaven every day. If you choose heaven every day, or if you are miserable, you're going to keep on choosing hell, unfortunately, because what it tends to be is that we tend to think that tire around us, remember we said the fisherman cast it in a tire, it flung up, and now it's around us. We tend to think that that's our only option. But the person who knows better has gnosis, knowledge of good and evil, knowledge of good, God, heaven, plus and minus. Plus is the cross. Knows that all he needs to do is cast that away and keep on casting, dispelling, right? How we manifest towards the desired reality, right? So I'm understanding where my desires are coming from, right? And I used to say desires are low vibrational. It's not that they're low vibrational, but they're low relative to what the next step on the rung of the ladder that we're climbing is. And that would be feeling, because feeling is a wave, right? Anytime you're in a state of being, if it's bad, low, down, negative, you low down, no good. So down, low, low down, no good. It's dense, meaning a lot of electrons have collapsed into itself. It's imploding, a collapsing star, a dying star implodes, right? Or if you go supernova, you explode. This person is about to blow up, right? Their celebrity, their star is rising. So, I have a bright horizon. My future is bright. So, in understanding where the desire comes from the culturally conditioned subconscious, right? What's good, what's bad, what we should strive for. In this example, we're saying, I desire my twin flame or my soulmate or my significant other or the Lamborghini, the money, the sex, whatever. Ideally, it's going to be good for you because it's going to be on your dharmic path, right? We're not trying to figure out how to manifest which is bad or negative, because we're not going bad, negative. We're going up, positive. So we understand that our desire, in this example, I desire the twin flame soulmate. Okay, well, what's the next step from desire, which will then make that desire look like a negative relative to the next step? The next step is more positive than the desire because it's above it, just like in a polarity. The bottom is negative, the top is positive. That's how you get a magnet. So you're magnetically attracting that reality by climbing up and up the rungs. So now the next step is to envision the twin flame soulmate. It doesn't have to be perfect, but every day you're adding flesh and blood and bone onto the structure, the scaffold, the image, the vision. And you're saying, so I chose it through the clicker of my subconscious, right? My attention. I'm choosing to focus on the twin flame, not the fact that I'm desiring it, but on the twin flame, the notion of it. My subconscious, my synapses are traveling through axioms. The synapses travel to the axiom to the other synapse. That's an electrical pulse. That's a thought. And in a battery circuit connected to a light bulb, connected back to a battery, the expression of that electrical signal or that thought needs to emit some form of energy. Like in the light bulb, it emits the warmth of the light. So that light or that warmth creates what? The experience or the vision, the visual, right? So something needs to experience that. The other synapses experience that by receiving that energy, right? The exertion of the warmth or the light of a lit up synapse or a lit up light bulb are the electrons expelling from the atom and rippling out non-locally in a wave, essentially, or if you're viewing it in a particle, hence the double slit experiment. So when you have that over and over again through many synapses or many, then you create connections through neurons, right? And neurons doing the same thing. I believe neurons might even be the better way of saying it. I'm not a biological expert, but from what I know, right? So the more and more you do this, you're creating a cloud of this experience, right? And since we are the subjective, we give it meaning in relation to us, our vision of ourselves in our lives. So that's how this forms as a thought or a vision. In this instance, the desire to be with a twin flame is coming from an unmet need on a deeper subconscious biological level. So that's why you are more inclined to choose to want to manifest the twin flame or the Lamborghini or whatever. Lamborghini might pertain more so to status or what have you, which will increase your odds and your value and your the experience theoretically in the human experience. One second. So now, right, what we have is we have the understanding of why we're that desire to manifest something or want something or where it all comes from, right? A biological need informed, um, giving meaning to our experience. But what we're doing is now we're laying out, well, how do we then make that manifestation real, or how do we? It's through the understanding that where it resides, similarly to where um, our thoughts are, our feelings, all that stuff. It's all non-local, and that's how you get into the quantum. Thanks for the like, and hello to the viewer. Welcome. We're just talking about manifestation and the tarot and how it's all connected to electromagnetism. I had a huge download this weekend that really just like crystallized the big picture. So now you've chosen your manifestation, what you want to manifest, right? Through a biological desire. In this case, a spouse, a significant other, a twin flame soulmate, whatever you want to call it. And I actually do think that that matters because it determines the quality, right? If you're more conscious of those realms, then you're going to pick a higher quality. If you're conscious of heaven, you're going to pick heaven. So I'm picking the twin flame dharmic soulmate is what I'm calling it, right? Dharmic is opposite of karmic. And so what happens when I have that thought to manifest that, I'm basically casting a thought cloud, or that thought cloud from all those firing synapses are emerging to now my imagination. Imagination, as we've been saying, is I magi. That means I am a magician. I magician. Magician is another word for magnet or manifest. So I'm magnating, I'm manifesting that reality. I'm either pulling it to me or I'm uploading myself to it. That was something that I couldn't really wrap my head around yesterday, but the more that I think it out loud and talk about it, it makes more sense. It's kind of a combination of you're kind of either meeting it halfway and or you're uploading yourself to it because you are becoming a wave yourself. You're no longer becoming this dense particle. So I've chosen it. It's like you're choosing a broadcast on a TV, the manifestation. It starts at the desire. How you get away from it being a desire is begins when you happen to begin to start to see it as in your imagination. And the seeing of it is the first experience. You want to hear it, smell it, and then you feel it. And the more that you give it sensory experience, perception, the more you're putting meat on the bone, flesh and blood on the bone, on the scaffold, the structure of the idea. Which again, it's a big feedback loop because it's coming from you. So it's in the context of what you would genuinely, authentically want for yourself, your higher self, quote unquote. Higher self because you're being uploaded into a higher timeline or higher dimension by growing this manifestation. No longer focused on where we're at now because that doesn't matter because it's not where we're going necessarily. Okay, 1 second. So it becomes really important then how we are interfacing with our negative thoughts and emotions, because if we're climbing the ladder based on focusing on the good thoughts and the good positive that we're casting out or projecting, or that we might think of based on our state, right? It tends to be that if you're in a good mood, you think of good things. Right? If I'm climbing the ladder, leaving hell, so to speak, and I have negative thoughts and feelings trying to pull me down, well, I don't try to contend with them. I don't try to fight fire with fire, right? Our attention is energy. I don't try to give it energy, because then I'm giving it life, right? I think of like the idea of like when two students are fighting, right? It, and the teacher comes and they're like, two wrongs don't make a right. Well, in a weird way, it does, right? Because it's like the two students are the two negatives, right? They're being bad, they're negative. Well, the two negatives coming together is producing the teacher, which is acting as a positive, a mediator to disperse the two negatives. So it's all in our language. All this electromagnetism reference is all in the language. That's why it's important on how you're casting your language over yourself. Okay. Because remember, to go back to the idea of the fisherman on the riverbed side, you're casting toward your manifestation, your desired reality, right? By acting in that given direction. And if you pull in something that you don't want, you're just throwing that to the side and you are continuing on where you're wanting to be. And so the actions in this realm create the reality, right? That's manifestation in the flesh. But then also ideally, like say if I'm manifesting a twin flame or something, I'm keep on thinking about that and keep on growing on it. And I keep on focusing on how I feel about that person. I could even imagine them coming to me, kissing and hugging me and loving me as I'm doing my work here now. And how does it feel? It feels so good. I imagine someone coming to my door and giving me a check for $1 million. I imagine myself winning the lottery. I see myself excited, right? I see myself excited about getting an email about a new job opportunity. So I'm casting all of this out. I'm fishing for this in the quantum potential. And these desires and these thoughts and these wants and these ideas, they're not made out of whole cloth. They're all there already. That's the fun and exciting point. And so really probability and percentages and all that stuff really doesn't matter, because your wants and desires are going to be reflections of unmet needs in the local experience. And so you're tapping into the non-local to how to fit the local need, to see how to fit the local need. To see SEA, right? To see SEE. I'm looking, I'm peering, a peer one import. I'm peering into the sea to see what's available to me out there in the quantum field, which is not out there. It's just as in here as it is out there, because it's non-local, right? And the human body is a battery, because, and even in like law enforcement, armed robbery, battery, charge, put you in a cell, all of that is because the human being is a battery. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's a battery? A battery is a conductor, a conduit like this, copper, wrapped around a magnet. You can get a magnet. So, we're talking about the human body as a battery, right? This is copper conductor, right? Because I think it's copper. Well, how do you get a battery? You wrap ignore this for now and this, although this would be a grounding. This would be dielectricity, I would imagine, because it's not conductive like copper is conductive. What makes this copper conductive is that the electrons are wont to, meaning they're more likely to, jump off onto the magnet. So you get a battery by wrapping this around the magnet. And that's how you get a volt or a charge. So what a battery is a magnet, south polarity, north polarity, right? You always see a south and a plus, positive, north. So there's a magnet with a conductor or the copper wrapped around it or whatever they're using. And so then that gives you a volt, 9 volts. And the volt is the energy that makes an electron move, meaning its charge. So the electrons are gathered in at such a force or a capacity that it wants to volt out, like a pole vault, right? The magnet is a stick down the middle like a pole. That also makes me think of Ophiuchus and the number 13. We can talk about that. But essentially, so pole vault, right? The power that it needs to launch something. So if this is connected to a copper wire, it needs to travel the circuit, go into the light bulb, and then travel back out. But it needs that connector, that conduit. So I have a light bulb over there. So if I take a piece of copper out from here, it may work theoretically if I tie the conduit copper here, put it to the bulb, and then have a negative output into this negative space here. And then that might theoretically light the light bulb. But that's what the human being is. We're a battery, right? We have a south magnetic pole and a north magnetic pole. That's confirmation. So, and the coils, right, are all of the metals in our body, in our bloodstream, all the conductors, right, copper wire, so to speak, in the organic conductors in our body. And then I also heard that the vertebrae, the discs, are actually magnetically charged as well. They have south and north polarities. So this ties into the Kundalini awakening experience. So when we think of the Kundalini, what is it? It's a snake coil, right? What else coils? The conductor coils around the magnet, just like the snake snakes coil around things. They use it to move, right? They have to go and climb up the pole. And the Kundalini is negative electric energy, right? It's a mass of electrons, and you build it up. And now that brings us to the connection of the free energy model of the caduceus. In the free energy model of the caduceus, what is it? It's a pole with a bulb at the bottom of it, 2 wings and 2 snake heads coiling or climbing up to the caduceus, to a top bulb or spire. Well, in that bulb at the bottom, in alchemical days, ancient days, is mercury. Mercury is a liquid conduit. In this example, you heat up the mercury with fire. The fire transfers its electrons to the mercury in the form of heat, right? Heat is the expression of that release of the energy. the mercury speeds up and it needs to expel itself and disperse upward through the coils. So now the conduit is now having movement, traction, as it's being attracted to its magnetic north. And if you know of how electricity moves, it's going to move in an up-down pattern, right? Positive and negative on a track of magnet oscillation. And this shout out to Uncle Crackers because he told me this, that it's the fist rule, right? The electric current is the fingers moving clockwise, I believe he said, and the magnetic movement is the thumb moving upward. So it's moving like this while it's moving upward. That's essentially what we're doing in our lives as we're moving up to heaven and down away from hell. Same thing as the Kundalini. The Kundalini is a negative charge. What is the snake? The symbol of the serpent in the garden? Hell. Or what's low, it must rise above. So it's coiling, climbing, unwrapping around the magnetic pole to the tippy top. And when you have that happening, what does it do? It creates a field. And so the human body has a field, a magnetic field and an electric field. And so now that energy wants to disperse in the field called the toroidal field or a torus field. It kind of looks like an apple or two donuts. And those charges, whether it's the magnetic charge, the positive polarity wants to go and meet the negative polarity. So you have them wrapped around in tight little semicircles or bigger semicircles around us. That's what creates the toroidal shape for the torus field. And similarly, we have an electric field that does the same thing, right? Based on all that, conductive electrons wanting to find the protons. But it's all the same in the sense that the minus is trying to reach to the plus. So that field is our field of vision and our field of experience and what we're attracting to ourselves, to each other. So that's how they say reality is a holographic experience or a reflection of self. And you say it's easy and effortless because I'm choosing what I want to see. So, and then in the example of I'm trying to make the Lamborghini, right, made manifest, I'm smelling it every day. I'm practicing feeling it each day. Or even moment by moment, you're practicing feeling good each day in every moment. And when bad moments arise, it doesn't matter. So you act accordingly as if it doesn't matter. Because I'm casting constantly that away, which doesn't matter, and focusing my beam or my cast line, my reel, my fishing rod to where I want to go. But the interesting thing about that is that, remember, we said in a weird way, it becomes a daily ritual. So what I really believe in and what I really want and what I really desire is going to be a reflection of my daily actions, thoughts, and beliefs and rituals. So if I know I have something really good and yummy here, then I'm going to teach it and enlighten the world and tell everyone how to do it. And so collectively, we're doing that because we're waking up to the fact that we also co-create a reality, right? We co-create a reality when we put our collective holograms together. And you could even very much more ooky spooky if you believe. I believe it was in like the 19th century, the 1800s, where there was a philosophical view, and it might have existed prior to that. It was called solipsism, where the individual believes that only he exists. And in a quantum ooky spooky realm, that's not untrue. That's confirmation right there. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of ties it to the understanding of God is just one thing experiencing itself, and we're all that. But if we are that, then let's make it a beautiful, fun, awesome, sexy dream, intelligence, caregiving, nature, fun, all that stuff. And so the thing with manifestation is, if it's a genuine manifestation, you keep on attracting it to you because you're going to be dwelling in your best, sexiest nature, feeling good. And that feeling good is going to attract more of that. Because like the light bulb radiating warmth and heat, it's going to be attractive to those that desire warmth and heat and knowledge, gnosis, understanding of this worldview of what's going on. And it's incredibly enlightening and elating because you realize, oh shit, it's all on me, whether I want to climb and go up, up, up or not. And so now all of this becomes imbued with fun and awesomeness and joy and love and excitement in the very being and experience of it and watching it unfold and expecting awesome and good things to happen. And if that expectation hasn't come true or something else come, it doesn't matter because I'm not going that way. Right? So this space is good because it's for you to learn all this stuff and create and all that stuff. Let's see what comes out for Taurus. Okay, you got it. The King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles in this instance is coming across as like what you should keep on focusing on. Right? Because what you focus on grows. So I'm focused on I have the bag, I have the money already, I have more than enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you might find that I'm speaking in such a way, it's because what you're speaking is becoming reality. You're casting it into reality. So this is a thought concept, right? So we've imbued in the tradition of tarot meaning. Meaning is an electronic cloud form from thought. If it comes from thought, then we know it's an electric based thing, right? So this meaning, I could see into the meaning, and the meaning is a different reality that I could go into and embody. But why would I do that? I'm going to go into, so now I'm working from heaven or from my higher self, from the head, right? So now I'm saying, no, I'm going to pick this embodiment of I got it, I got the value, I got the truth, I got the thing that's going to, the golden goose, the golden geese, realizing I'm the golden goose. Now this to speak to this thought concept energy cloud that we understand as the Nine of Wands, most familiarly, excuse me, this has been coming across as what happens when this fun, playful, sexy energy tips over into the overbearing, overburdened energy from the Eight of Wands that we spoke to. And this, again, it's leaving the hard and the arduous for the effortless, the Seven of Wands. Becomes no longer a fight for the heart or fight for all this stuff. The heart, by the way, is the center of the soul, by the way. So this is where all this huge magnetic wave is emanating from. I shouldn't say emanating from, but it is essentially almost the magnetic center, if you will, of the pole. And so it's a very powerful magnet, essentially, the heart. Now, this individual holding this, the hand, is by choice. I'm choosing this. I'm choosing to take the action, right? The wand is fire, impetus, motivation, turning the key in the ignition, turning it on, illuminating the way to take the action, but also writing the script. Remember, we were learning this past cycle of how part of the full illumination of magnetic strength, magnet, is taking the pen in hand. The wand is the pen, and that's how we cast spells, write our reality, all that good stuff. Right our wrongs, or in this case, write our goods, write our corrects, write our checks that we can cash, right? So you become the magician here, magnet, Magi, because he has the wand. The magician has the wand to cast a spell. But before, it could have been that you didn't know what you had in hand. You had all the makings of that, but you didn't understand it because you weren't in full view. Look at the eyes. The eyes don't see the whole picture. He's only seen half the picture. So he's become rigid, right? He's collapsed into density. I always wondered why this person was like an embodiment of the wall, because what it represents is it's not wave form, it's dense particle matter, electrons. He can't pass through it because he's not in flow, he's not in the wave. So but also he might perceive himself as being stuck, but he could also perceive himself as being free. And it's in that perception of himself as free or happy, whole, complete in heaven, that he transforms into this. Because he has his value, his self-worth. But the king could have his cake and eat it too. Right? Because he's a king. And so you see yourself as that. As anything that life presents itself, the narrative or whatever, you see yourself as having your cake and eating it too, because you're the king. You're the god. We all are. So I read this as staying put, right? Focusing on the non-local, meaning the quantum, to cast this reality of you being the king that can afford things and pay things and job opportunity and students and clients and all that, whatever your thing is. And any feeling countered antithetical to that passes through you. And you don't build it with your attention. Let's move on to Gemini. Feels like something is not illuminated here with the moon card in the reverse. Okay. We just had that full moon in Leo. This is Gemini, or third house crosswatcher. We know what Gemini is. We know what the third house crosswatcher is. Seven of Swords resources. So even in the reading, we're always wanting to see the good, feel the good, think the good. Pronoia, right? It's all in my favor. It could be that someone doesn't see what you're doing with your resources or your intelligence, or you're moving away from ignorance to someone that has knowledge. And that's the completion of the lesson, right? Capricorn, Saturn energy. Jumping timelines. Right? You're able to move away from out of the darkness and into the light towards the world. Your worldview understanding. And so you're incredibly proud of yourself and all that good stuff. So this whole thing was for you to understand what this whole thing was. And you do. So we've been saying thematically how if one asked for financial freedom, spirit gives you the freedom, freedom first. And ironically, the freedom may have done this, looked like this. But what was important was the freedom of mind, the time and space to think and figure things out. And because you did that, you get the Four of Pentacles. Because you were using the tarot, or whatever means you were of getting there. You took the course. And the universe or your higher self is like so filled with pride because you passed. And so since you passed, now you get the money. Thank you. And the resources. Right? Seven of Swords in the upright. To free yourself. Four of Pentacles. Stability. Three of Pentacles. Collaboration. Could be dwelling, could be work, could be school. Partnership. Agreement. You start a new job, you know, find customers for your business plan. All that good stuff. Let's roll on over to, let's see, Cancerian. What's going on with Cancerian here? Got the Devil card here. We know what the Devil card is. Devil card gets a bad rap, but you shouldn't, because this is the Hangman self-imposed restriction to be able to learn the bigger picture. And the Pentacle in reverse is the physical ruling the soul or the spiritual or the nothing. And we're saying no. We know that it's the opposite. Right? We're not falling for the illusion of the projection of the devil. It's almost like starkly claiming or trying to write the worst case scenario for your situation. And you're laughing at it because you know that it has no value, it has no authority over you. And it's trying to show you, oh, look how you're trapped. Look how you're in the wrong place. Look how you're not where you're supposed to be. And you're saying, I can't be manipulated. Because I see it. I know what it is. So, this is like when the fisherman has a tire around him, the rubber car tire around him that he pulled in from the bay. It's just an illusion. It's not real. Remember, we cast a line to reel it in, like a picture reel, but also reeling that reality in. So this could only try to stick you up or play on your fear, a negative thought cloud of worry or fear or worst case scenario. But what we're doing is we're saying no, and we're turning our attention away to what we want as the ideal outcome. And as we do that, what happens? We focus and maybe even find the solution. You know, no longer looking at this. This is where you're disempowered. This is where you're low vibrational. And we're saying no. Right? Because this is the experience of hell. Queen of Wands in the reverse. Jealousy, greed, envy, wanting what you can't have. Things like that. Right. I'm going to move these peanuts here. So, the whole ideal of like wanting what you can't have, right? The first step of that is buying into the illusion that it's trying to cast upon you. You know, buying into the illusion that it's trying to cast upon you, which is, I have this and you want this, right? Playing off of your desires. That's what this is. Low vibrational though. Like if you're looking at like Instagram models or whatever, and you're left with, you're being spell casted upon through desire. It's the same one thing that they're playing off is some form of desire, whether it's sexual or otherwise. That's what they're feeding off of you, your light, your energy, your love, all that stuff. So, when you see that, let's say I'm looking at like an Instagram model and it's like conjuring up all this stuff, all these negative, maybe even a little bit of hate and jealousy and all that. Queen of Wands in reverse, hate. When you look past the illusion, the image, the devil, you're able to break the building blocks of that illusion up and look and find and see the inverse positive of what you really desire, right? You don't really just want meaningless sex. You want intimacy. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to necessarily be rich and famous. You want to be acknowledged and loved, maybe. You don't want necessarily all a bunch of money. You want stability and confidence and surety and value. But all of that intangible stuff has to come through the recognition within the self that it's already there because it's your birthright, because you're from the quantum field. So therefore, you're not without all of that. And in our upbringing, we might be casted upon, right? A spell casted upon us to give us the illusion that we are without that. That's what capitalism is, right? Capitalizing on your doubt, fear, all that stuff. I'm not good enough. You know what I'm saying? My dick isn't big enough, or my money isn't big enough, but that's all code in the matrix for trying to make you believe that you're not enough. But you are enough because that's your birthright, because you come from nothing, the quantum field, the quantum potential. So if you need confidence, you embody confidence. You're given opportunities to be confident or competent or enough, or to enact and feel stability, right? Okay, very lovely. So, what I'm gonna do here is I'll probably shift to posting and just more of like hanging out. Okay. Um, because I'll probably like take a little break here, but if you see me hanging out, feel free to just leave a comment and whatever. And I'll probably just keep the live stream going. Okay. But yes, this was for Cancerian. And maybe we'll pick up with Leo in a bit here. What? Two. I got two. What's up? What's up? How's it going, Jen? Ooh, girl, let me tell you, we just did a whole fucking thing of just getting all that information that was downloaded to me from this past weekend. And it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot, bro. It was the full moon in Leo. It was just so much energy coming in. I felt like exhausted at times. I was only sleeping like 8 hours, which to the normal person is fine, but I'm a 11-hour kind of gal. I gotta get my beauty sleep. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I got it all down as much as I could. I was walking around writing into my Samsung Notes, but it was intense. I was like pacing around my apartment. I think like yesterday and then like the past like 3 days. And I was getting it all down on my phone, my Samsung Notes. And um, it was a lot. It just kept on going and going and going. And all of it was basically the breakdown of how everything is electromagnetism. And that's basically what happened this past weekend is I just learned and received the whole download. It's like a whole like tent top was filled with water or some sort of like canopy and like one cut down the middle and it all just and it was all just a bunch of information. I spoke to my uncle on the phone for like 2 hours, maybe more, trying to download him all the information. Did the same thing with my mom. I did the same thing with recording videos. I did like a 40-minute post on YouTube. It was just crazy. So by the time you were like messaging me yesterday and I had my video on, I was just fucking zapped. So if I didn't respond, my apologies. But I was like, my battery was on 0. And then I gave you that energy reading, and then that fucking zapped me. And then I did the $20 reading for your dad. That fuck. So meanwhile, as I'm getting inundated with all this download stuff, I was trying to give energy to doing readings and stuff, and it was just like it fucking depleted my battery. So but I am like before this week, this was the biggest, like greatest weekend for me in terms of like downloads and stuff. So so the biggest thing was like it was I had never really understood electricity, electromagnetism, and all that stuff. And your dad actually, he left a long ass comment on that 8-minute video that I posted, I think Friday, where I was downloaded the information through the King of Swords. And what happened was I realized that the King of Swords on the old poker deck, I think I got it here somewhere. Well, this is the new poker deck, but this is the King of Swords here. The club, but the sword is for the metaphor. Let me see if I can find the King of Swords. Basically, the sword that he's holding in his hand represents electricity and the positive to the minus is what I was able to download and figure the fuck out, which I've never heard anyone explain this before. But this poker image, now this is a different deck, obviously. This is called Cyberpunk, but if you imagine like a regular old deck of playing cards, the old school version, which I have around here somewhere. Actually, let me get that. 1 second. So what it is this, and this was the big fucking breakthrough revelation. All of this is a sign and a symbol for electromagnetism, electromagnetic energy. All of tarot, all of astrology is encoded, embedded information hidden from the public that speaks to electromagnetic energy. Because as soon as you understand electromagnetic energy, you understand free energy. And this is connected to flat earth, free energy, spirituality, conspiracy theories, and what the human body is. And that's what the Matrix was telling us and all that stuff. And it's connected to manifestation because it all works the same way based on electromagnetism. So this sword here, right, you have the long minus sign and then you have the little plus sign there, that little helm where you hold the sword. How do you draw a sword, right? Like this, plus and the minus. Where do you hold the sword? At the bottom. That's what the sword is symbolically in the tarot. Now, we're taught that the sword represents air, Libra, Aquarius, Gemini. In the tarot, Gemini is the 8, 9, 10 of swords, right? The suit of swords. The wands are fire. The cup is water or emotion. The swords are air or communication. But what's also in the air? Static electricity. So the sword is electric. And as soon as that light bulb went off in my head, I'm like, no wonder you never see fucking electricity as an element. Because technically, electricity is fire. It would fall in the same realm as fire. And magnetism magnetism would fall on the spectrum of water. Because what do I always say? Water is the emotion. The emotion makes the bond. When we're in a relationship, a friendship, it's the emotion, the connective, that keeps us coming back for more, forming a bond, right? Like a covalent bond. What's a covalent bond? Like in H2O, water molecules, it's 2 oxygen sharing an electron with 1 hydrogen. So it's a perfect match. So the more that we make all these bonds, and so if I have a bond with you and your dad, and then we build it and connect it, and then it gets denser and denser, and that's how we grow something from nothing, right? This channel, for instance, the more bonds that we make and add, the molecule becomes more and more and more and more, and it becomes denser until it manifests into reality. So this is how we manifest our dreams as well. So this is how electromagnetism is tied into manifestation. Basically, the download of this weekend was me being like, holy shit, manifestation is real, and this is why, XYZ. Like, for these reasons, XYZ is why manifestation is real. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give you a short little synopsis of why manifestation is real. I just made myself some good ass coffee, and I ran out of coffee, and so I was drinking some very watered down coffee, but I just made myself a good ass pot of coffee, real fucking strong. I love my coffee like I love my women. Black. I'm just joking. But send me a beautiful black, vixen. I would not be happy, or I would not be mad at that. So, okay, let me just give you a rundown if you'll humor me, right? The way manifestation works, and I'm going to connect all of this for you. The way manifestation works, right, is it starts with the thought, right? What is the thought? We already said that the swords, and that's confirmation, that thing going on there. We said what is the sword is the air. So we already made that connection, right? Because the sword is Gemini, 8, 9, 10 in the tarot. And Gemini is an air sign. And we've learned and we're taught and we read and we studied, and that's how we came to the knowledge of The swords are thoughts, because Gemini is an air sign. So in the depiction of the tarot, the 8, 9, and 10, it's the swords hanging over the person's head. Well, what hangs over our head are thoughts. So the 9 of swords is the woman worrying in bed, crying, sad, because the swords are hanging over her head. We're worried that the sword is going to fall onto our head. That's the thought, the worry thought, right? So the worry is a cloud of electrons formed by you've turned a single thought, right? What's a thought biologically in our brain? It is the neuron or the synapse sending an electrical pulse down the axiom to another neuron or synapse. So it's an electric movement, right? Now, this past weekend, the whole download was my understanding of what is electricity, what's an electrical movement, right? And I was doing research. I had all my windows open on my other laptop. So just giving you the quick and dry of it. Electricity is when it's in electrical form, like a lightning bolt. It's traveling up and down. The amplitude is the positive. The trough is the negative. So it's going up, positive, down, negative, up. Meanwhile, and that's on a linear path, the track that it's traveling on, like this, is on a magnetic track, moving sideways, horizontal. So I have the electric track moving like this, but every time it's hitting this middle point to now go down, that middle point that it's hitting, when a trough or when an amplitude becomes a trough, the bottom part is the magnetic track. So the magnetic track is moving like this, like a snake. And the electricity is traveling on the path of the snake. So this is where we get all the snake symbolism, because the magnetic wave or field is moving from the south polarity to the north polarity. So this combination of electricity moving up and down on the track of the slithering snake, right? Electricity is moving up and down on the back and the belly of the slithering snake. This is electromagnetism, right? And this is what your dad was saying, is that it's the right hand fist rule, right? The fingers are the electric, traveling circular, right? But from a different perspective, it's up and down. And the thumb is the magnetic wave moving up or wherever you're going. So electromagnetism is this. And it has to go into the direction of the magnetic field. So and he was telling me that the electricity has to move clockwise, right? The clock goes this way. Clock on the wall, right? Goes this way. So in the direction of where the thumb's pointing. So if we're going clockwise, it's going this way because of the magnetic direction, right? Or if we're going this way, it's the same thing. It's still going clockwise. Where I've got my clock wrong, but I think it's this way. So it's moving. So it's the same thing as that, right? That is electromagnetism in a nutshell. So the sun sends solar radiation, electromagnetic energy, and it moves in that way, right? Exactly. In your energy space. What's the energy space? The energy space is our torus field, or also called the toroidal field, right? It's all the imaginary electromagnetic energy around us. Why is it around us? Because the human body is a battery. What do you always see on a battery? south polarity or negative polarity, and a north polarity. It's called toroidal field or torus field. And you could Google image it and you'll see. No, not mostly water. I'm talking on a different level now. Water plays into it because water is what? A conductor of what? Electricity. What's a conductor? See, these are copper wires. Why is copper a conductor of electricity? Because its electrons are loose around the atom, and they're wont to jump off of that copper element atom onto the magnet. So what's a battery? A battery is when you wrap the conductor around. There's my little Paris magnet on my fridge. A conductor or a battery is when you wrap the conductor, the copper in this example, around the magnet. So in this battery is a magnet with a south pole, negative charge, and a north pole, positive charge. And copper, or whatever they're using as the conductor, lithium wrapped around it. And so what does that create? A charge or a volt. What's the volt? Like a pole volt, the pole of the magnet. I'm lifting myself off. I'm shooting myself off. The volt is the power that shoots off the energy or the electricity. What's the electricity? What's the energy? It's the electrons jumping from the conduit onto the magnet. That moment of where the electrons jump from the copper to the magnet in the battery shoots out what we see, feel, and experience as electricity. So it's the electron jumping onto the other atom. In this case, the electron on the copper or the lithium jumping onto the magnet. And that creates an electric field. So imagine I have copper wire like here, because the copper wire is a conductor that the electricity wants to run through, right? Because the copper wire is feeding the electricity more electrons, right? So the electricity is able to travel on the circuit of the copper because it's feeding it more and more. So say I put it to the light bulb, right? Tie a copper wire, tie it to the end of a light bulb. The light bulb now gives that electricity off as heat and light and all that stuff, right? And then the other output copper wire has to go back to here, the negative. So that copper wire, light bulb, copper wire, battery is the electric circuit. That's what the human body is, because we have a magnetic pole, south negative plus positive north. And then the conductor or the coil, the copper, is the copper in our blood. It's all the metal, everything, water. Water is a conductor of electricity. Anything that has electrons that want to jump onto the magnetic field. And so that creates that invisible electromagnetic torus field that I was telling you about. And if you Google image, you'll see it's a invisible field around us. And the center is the heart. The heart is a magnet. And what did I say about the heart is where we feel and all that stuff come from, right? We give it meaning and interpretation through our brain, but essentially all of this electromagnetic force, the main center of it, not only the brain, but the heart. And the heart is the seat of the soul. is the seed of all of our like positive emotions. You open up your heart, you're opening up your magnetic field, you know? So, so everything is based on, you were talking about how when somebody is stepping into your space or your field, right, you could feel them. You could feel them because now we have two magnets, electromagnetic forces or fields coming together and forming a bond. And if it's good, then the output, just like the light bulb, is love, comedy, intimacy, humor, fun, all of those good emotions, right? If it's a bad bond, if it's toxic, then it's bad. Then it's all, negativity, bad, right? It's even in our language. We call an emotion that we don't like negative, the minus sign charge. So yeah, and I could go on and on. I don't want to berate you with all this information, but oh shit, I actually broke these off accidentally. So theoretically, you should be able to, like, if I put these on the battery, it might start to heat up. I might receive a shock. I don't want to do that. But if I could wrap this around the magnet, it will create a volt or a charge, right? If this was long enough and I could wrap it. So, but I mean, what's interesting about this then is that it's related to manifestation, because to the point earlier of what's manifestation, it starts with an electric signal moving from one synapse to the other, one neuron to the other. And at the end of the neuron or the synapse, wherever it's, neuron to neuron, synapse to synapse, I believe they're the same thing. The electricity releases light or energy, right? The qualities of electricity, which is heat and light. Well, that heat and light has to go somewhere. So another neuron picks up on it. Just like when there's a fire or a light in a room, we go to it because we need it. We're attracted to it. We're attracted to people that are warm, kind, giving, because they're giving off what we're calling positive energy. But it's really not positive energy. It's still electron energy, an electron cloud. But in comparison to someone that's shitty, it's more positive. So we call it positive because it's relative to someone that's shitty. Because this positive is higher up on the rung of the ladder that we're climbing to try to go where? To heaven. Right? To try to go positive up. It's in our language. Positive is up, the plus sign, which is the cross. What's cross? Jesus. It's religion. It's good. It's positive. It's trying to send you to heaven. And what's negative, what's bad is hell or below. Hell is at the heel. Heaven is at the head. And the heart is an anagram for earth. So it's our job to bring heaven on earth. And how do we do that? We open up our heart. Remember, Jesus is always pointing to the heart, so that we could expand our magnetic field, keep it open to the positive potential and possibility. So when we're in hell, it's because we don't know any better, right? We don't know better. What's better is good. What's good, God. What's knowing is gnosis. We don't have knowledge of the fact that we still have a free will to climb up that ladder to good or God. So someone who's in hell, their attention and their focus is caught in a negative feedback loop, right? Our attention and our focus is like we're behind a gun, like a turret gun, right? It's our attention and our focus is energy, right? So hell is an illusion. Hell is the illusion. The illusion is on. The is on. Illusion. It's on you. What's on you is the cloud, the confusion, the illusion. What's the cloud? The cloud is the electron cloud. Why is it a cloud? Because remember, we said a thought was an electrical pulse from one synapse to another synapse. It creates the light and the heat. That light and that heat needs to go to another synapse that picks up on the light and the heat. And eventually, enough synapses create this broil of light and vision. And that's what we see in our imagination. So the more that we focus on it, the more that we collapse that electron cloud into reality, right? Our attention comes from our pupils, comes from our consciousness. So this experience, it's all electromagnetic, it's all electric electrons, right? The light spectrum. So our pupils into our brain is a vacuum, right? What's a vacuum? It's a void, it's an empty space. So if a space is a vacuum, it is sucking in everything around it. In this case, all of the electrons, right? So you would even say that, well, since from our eyes to our brain, it's a vacuum or a black hole, the black hole sun, right? Because we are the sun, we are an electron in collapsed particle form. Or we could be a wave when we're on the move, right? And the way we move up to heaven is by believing. What is believe? Believe is be like Eve. What's Eve? Eve is a wave. So Adam and Eve, Adam is the atom molecule with the electrons. What's Eve? Eve is the wave. So it's the sin of Eve, like Santos Bonacci calls it. What's the sin? The sin is the sign in mathematical component, like calculator stuff. What's the sign? The sign is a sine wave. What's the sine wave? The up and down. Like I told you, electromagnetism, the snake, right? So the sin of Eve is the sine wave, the wave form. So you have the atom, which is the collapsed particle, and then you have Eve, which is the wave. So an atom or an electron could be in a particle form, right? Say this is a particle, a solid, right? We can hold it. Or it could be a wave. In quantum physics, this is the double slit experiment. When the particle or when the wave is observed, it collapses into its dense negative state. When the particle is not observed, it's a free wave, non-local. So this is how your imagination, your thoughts, they're non-local because your brain understands them just to be as real as your surrounding experience because it's a feedback loop. Because I'm projecting I'm projecting meaning onto my reality. So when the Eagles say this could be heaven or hell in Hotel de California, they're saying you have the choice, right? So usually when we're like fearful, it's because we see this negative electron cloud coming towards us and we think that that's the only thing. But all we have to do is divert our attention and then it goes away because remember the attention is a vacuum, so it's sucking it in closer. So when we divert it, right, our attention is a vacuum. When we're focused on the negative cloud, we're casting it over us. And the more that we feed it with our attention, the more that we are bringing it into reality as the experience. But it's just an illusion because you could change it at any moment. You know what I'm saying? So I'll probably post all this other stuff that I have here. Because I did record a bunch of videos that I might as well just get out here. I don't really want to post this too. So I'm going to get all of these. I have all this stuff in my backlog. So I'm just going to get rid of it on the TikTok. So when people say when people say you're delusional, you're delusion, you're of the delusion, right? Of the electron cloud of your reality. But the thing is that the more that you feed that delusion, if it's in line with positive, then you collapse that reality around you and turn it into reality. And again, if you're on the right path, then you're going to be moving in the right direction. And so you can't go wrong because everything is going to be in your favor. And either way, you're going to get that desired manifestation or whatever, if it's someone calling it a pejorative, a delusion, you're going to quote unquote get it because you understand the building blocks of of the positive end of what you really desire from it. Right? That's how you know you're on the good path. Is you're not married to just the physical aspect of the delusion or the manifestation. One second. I'm gonna take a piss break right now because I'm drinking all that coffee. It's an emergency. BRB. What's the emergency? The emerging C, SEA, the sea of potential, the emerging C, seeing yourself healthier, feeling better, seeing the wave of positive electrolytes to charge our battery so that we could have a volt, so I could pole vote myself into action. Pole vote. Be right back. So what else are we talking about? So I'm just uploading all this stuff that I recorded, I think Friday. So the Kundalini awakening, right? When people have all of these breakthroughs, it's because they are charging the magnetic snake coil. Remember, these coils are wrapped around the spine at the base, right? So these people are turning the heat, right? The way you do the Kundalini is you constrict your abdominal muscles and the muscles that you use to go to the bathroom, all in the pelvic area, all in the abdominal. They're squeezing their muscles as they breathe up, and that force creates an energy buildup at the base, and it also pushes the fluid that's in the spine. It's called cerebral spinal fluid. So they're creating the force and the heat. Remember, you mentioned water. Water is a conduit for electricity. The same thing for the cerebral spinal fluid. It's filled with all sorts of ions and conduit protons. So you're heating up the dormant energies at the base of your spine, the Kundalini, the coil. The coil is the conduit, right? The copper coil. In this case, I'll talk about this is related to the free energy model as well, right? This Kundalini awakening at the base of your spine is related to the free energy model. The free energy model is the caduceus. The caduceus is the staff with the snakes going up it and the wings on top, right? It's the same thing as this, but in the reverse, because you're going from negative to positive, right? So this is the caduceus. You know the medical sign for the healing? It's a staff with two snakes. So I turn that sword, plus and the minus, into the caduceus, because now the plus is on top, the plus is the magnetic plus, and the minus is at the bottom. Now in this orb at the bottom, right, these little waves here, it's Mercury. For example, Mercury is a conduit to electricity, just like water or the fluid in our spine, the base of our spine here. So the fire, this is the fire. When you heat up Mercury, which is in the little orb or the circle at the bottom of the caduceus staff, the image of who carries, this is going to blow your jugs off, Jen. Who carries the staff in mythology? Mercury, the messenger. Mercury, the messenger god, carries the caduceus, right? He received it from another god in exchange for whatever they traded. And so that's Mercury. So when you heat, so that's why the caduceus is referring to the god Mercury, because in ancient times, Mercury holds the staff known as the caduceus that he received, and I forget what the story is. So that's how we know that this involves Mercury, because the god Mercury, so the element Mercury is heated. The mercury rises up the circuit or the pipes, which are copper or another conduit. And anytime you have a conduit, such as mercury or the pipes, wrapped around a magnet, remember this is a magnet, plus and minus, just like the human body is a magnet, plus and minus. We have all different types of plus and minuses around us. Another magnet is, let's see, is the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere. And then the opposite here, minus and plus, plus and minus. So we have all sorts of different charges and electrical charges around us, magnet and electrical. So you heat up the mercury with the fire, just like you heat up the kundalini, which is the snake at the bottom, by doing your breath work exercises and squeezing the muscles. When you work out, your muscles release energy in the form of heat. The body releases energy in the form of sweat. So you're charging up that snake at the bottom, the kundalini, because anytime you have heat, you're releasing electrons. So anytime you squeeze the muscle, you're releasing heat and energy, right? That energy has to go somewhere. So it's compacting and building the charge, just like when you have something high voltage, the volt is the potential for something to shoot out, lift off. I'm going to pole vault myself. So similarly, you're charging up the volt of the snake, right? This is going to blow your jugs off, Jen. Lord Voldemort is Slytherin, the snake in Harry Potter. Lord Voldemort. Okay? He who shall not be named. Why don't they want you to name him? Because they don't want you to know the secret. Because it's the secret to free energy. If you know this stuff, then you're learning the secret to free energy. And they can't keep you in what's on the back of your dollar bill. They can't keep you in their system, the all-seeing eye. Right? So how do we get out of the triangle? Well, we have to understand, what is the triangle? The triangle is the number 7. Two number 7s put together. So we have the triangle upward and the triangle downward. As above, so below. The downward is water, the upward is fire, I believe. That's also how you have the Star of David. It's when the fire and the water are put together. And the Bible says anytime you have the fire and the water together, you have the Holy Spirit. So how do we get out of the triangle? We have to understand what the triangle is. The triangle is spirituality, right? It's a Holy Trinity. What's below the triangle is the square or the cube. How do you make a cube? You put a bunch of number 7s together. There's 1 7. There's another 7. It's another corner. There's another one. Cut into the eye. And then there's another one. And I have a cube made from 7, or a square. But that cube or that square is also the matrix that we're in, the matrix of reality. Okay, the 6 sides of a cube, 666. Okay, it goes on and on. And I've spoken about this, but once you are in the cube, you need to get out of the square. Cube, the same thing. Triangle is what? The pyramid. So these have dimensional relatives, right? The triangle is the pyramid, square is the cube. How do we get out of there, right? You get out of the square by drawing the circle around the square. Circle takes the square. What's the circle is your spirituality. You do the same thing for the triangle. You draw the circle around it. What's the circle? The circle is wholeness, it's spirituality, it's God, it's knowledge of God and good. And what does the circle on top of the circle give you? The number 8. What's the number 8? The number 8 is Jupiter, expanding, right? The 8 of Wands is Jupiter. It's also number 8 year, 2024. So we're expanding away from the old failing system, the money system. So this is even, you could even argue that this is Frosty the Snowman, right? He was magic. He was a magic motherfucker. But, eyes made out of coal. This top is spirit or God. When you apply spirit or God around the cube, you shift dimensions from the 666 money matrix, right, stuck in the cube, to the spiritual, the Holy Trinity. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Mother, Father, Child. You circle it by realizing that you have the Mother, the Father, and the Child within you. You have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So then that triad becomes an embodiment for the Spirit and God and the divine, which is what I always say. Right? And you get out of the cube right? You draw a cube. By similarly realizing with the circle around it through your spirituality that it's just an illusion. And like I said, what's the cube? The cube is in Mecca, the cube that they walk around. It's also the Star of David. In the center of the star, you could fit a cube in it turned sideways. I gotta take a bathroom break, by the way. So let me do that. I'll be back. 1 second. Back. Okay, sorry guys. So I'll probably upload this onto the Reels next on the YouTube. What? Why is it unlisted? Doesn't make any sense. Publish now. Not now. No. Not then. No. Why would you wait to post a minute reel? So this is part 3. Part 4. Let's do part 5. So this is part 5. And then this is part 6. So What's up? How's it going? Welcome. Just uploading content here. Let me know if you'd like a reading or if you want to purchase the all access course that I have available. It teaches everything between astrology, tarot, manifestation, all that stuff. Just uploading content on YouTube right now. So if you see me looking at my phone, I don't mean to be rude. Just trying to upload stuff. Just don't even know the name of my band. So this is number 9. Number 9. It's actually a 9-volt battery now, a 6-volt battery. You just don't even know the don't even know the name of my band. They all me like they want no hands. My band. Yeah, baby. I like it like that. I'm so. Should have said was well played. Narcolepsy. How cool would it be to have the ability to fall asleep on cue? Just I think it'd be quite the asset. Just be able to zonk out. We are uncovering secrets of the universe, the multiverse, the quantum bridge. Chicks don't even know the name of my band. And still they want me like they want no hands. My band. Yeah, baby. I think I'm on 12. I got a couple more posts. And then we're fucking alone. Catalina wine mixer. Catalina wine mixer. I think this is 13. Yeah, man, I love man when the little was on there. I didn't really understand. Zonk out. Mind blowing. Blowing your mind. Stop. Collaborate and listen. I sit back with a brain invention, something. Feel you nicely. Ma sentiamo. Little smile of yours. That's a cool looking dude right there. Oh, I tell you what. Sure. And baby, I'm lying, even though I'm wrong. So I guess I swear I only did 3 things. So they only maybe had 2 left or something. That's fine. Okay, so we did all the YouTube stuff. to that's pretty cute. She was sexy when she was younger. So let me post these to this. Let's just three. Let's actually go. Five. 6. Seven. Eight. 9. 10. 11. 14. 15. 14. What's up? What's up, Dylan? I'm just uploading content. How's your day? And then the last one before I start recording new content. 15. else? So I uploaded to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Okay, so we're all good on the uploads. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing? I'm just finishing uploading content here. I'm about to start recording new content in a second here. Big downloads this week. Big downloads helped us put everything together. A bigger understanding of what all of this is about. So I feel great, awesome, millionaire status, empowered, knowledge. It's really good. Just the ability to go to sleep. Drop it down. That's what I might do. Sleep. Hoping one of these. Do I want to do some chili foods? Didn't I order paper towels? What the funk? When I think back on all grandma learning in high school, there's someone that I think it all. No one ever matched my sweet imagination. This is disgusting. If I could read the writing on the wall, Kodachrome eyes, bright colors, the summers. Make you think all world's a sunny day. Oh yeah, I got an icon camera. Love to take a photograph. So mama, don't take my coat away. Yeah. Mama, don't take my coat away. Yeah. Take all the girls. I need I'll see. Brought 'em all together from mine. You know they never match my sweet imagination. And everything's worse in black and white. Kodachrome uses nice bright colors. Uses these the summers. Make all world's a sunny day. Oh yeah. I got an icon camera. Love me like a photograph. So mama, don't take my coat away. So I'll probably do an early launch and then I'll record some new cold start. Or I can just record content real quick right now. And I'll upload afterwards. Take an early lunch. It's 10:30. Yes. it's all connected. What's up? How's it going? I'm just watching my stories and I'm going to post. And even more so, how you free yourself from this is by connecting to the divine. I'm sexy. By relaxing, by letting it come to you. Okay? You don't have to keep on asking and knocking and wanting. You don't always have to. You can work them if you feel like it's right within you, just like prayer or things like that. You can work your magic, your rituals, whatever. But the key really is to have a relaxed air about you as you're doing that. Three of Pentacles is an enclosure, a dwelling. I don't know what this guy was having. It's a lot of dense information, but it's all connected here. Okay. And even more so, how you free yourself from this is by connecting to the divine, by relaxing, by letting it come to you. Okay. You don't have to keep on asking and knocking and wanting. You don't always have to. You can work them if you feel like it's right within you, just like prayer or things like that. You can work your magic, your rituals, whatever. But the key really is to have a relaxed air about you as you're doing that. The Three of Pentacles is an enclosure, a dwelling. This could be school. This could also be work, or again, where you lay your head down at night. People that you were collaborating with. This is the second time the Six of Hearts, the Six of Cups came out in the reverse. A lot of falling out energy. They're not on your frequency. They're not on your vibration. They might be in the old world. So you're in the 4D or in the 5D working magic. So it's a lot of dense. It's okay. Okay, so let's see. What is this that we? What else about? To get, if you believe, like, so that the fun in you. So the more that you're, not to worry. Not to worry if you're. So it's a lot of dense information, but it's all connected.
True. And when all of us keep on waking up, I don't know why this is the first time I'm seeing this, but watch Peter Schrager of Good Morning Football accurately predict the last 4 Super Bowl champions.
I think the Chiefs finally get over the hump, finally get into the Super Bowl. 50 years the Chiefs have waited to get to this point. Guess who I have representing the National Football Conference in the Super Bowl? How about this Bucks? Picture this guy to spend his place in NFL history. The Los Angeles Rams are world champions. The winner of Super Bowl 57 Arizona this February will be the Kansas City Chiefs, led by linebacker Nick Bolton. It's picked up by Kansas City for the second time. It is a red and gold reflection. So it'll be 49ers versus Chiefs in Vegas with the exact score being 34 to 28. Remember that? 34 to 28. Trent McDuffie returning the Kansas City Chiefs will yet again be your Super Bowl champions. I will see you at the parade.
I don't know why this is the first.
No. You used to. What's up? You can call me on your cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on your cell phone. Late night when late night. God, he's trying to hear it out. Late night, Yoli, Yoli. I'd like you to meet my daughter, Yoli, and my son. Son's name is just Heath. Like you to be my daughter, Yole. My son Heath. And our dog. Ooh. Yole. Ooh. It's supper time. Here's my wife hitting the bell on the prairie. Yes, up on the hill. Channeling country vibes. Oh my god, you should have seen my remix of that Iman song. I'm sorry. I don't know if I want to tap into that, but it was hilarious. It was basically just about a roommate that ate another roommate's kung pao chicken. I don't know if I remember it all right now. Oh shit. I saw it in the bag. I thought that it would last. What the hell? That's not real, is it? I might get my guitar. I might get the guitar. I'm feeling a little froggy. BRB. I'm looking cute today. I'll be right back. Ugh. You even gave head. Oh. La di da di. La di da di. I'm like, la di da di. We like to party. I wonder if they have that song on the guitar. Make this look good. La-di-da-di chords. Why do they keep on saying it's... Isn't it Slick Rick? What?
So it's
These movies. Start singing like Lightning Hopkins. These movies hungry. Or how about what's his name? Is it Otis Reed? I forgot what it is. No, Luther Red. I forgot his name was. Hey, looking my way. I got the quail for you. Wow. Come on, slip it at a slide. He's all slip it at a slide. Let's go to the beach.
When you broke and you only have money. When you broke and you only.
Yep, up. Nicki Minaj. Let's go to the beach. What's this? Aww. Smokestack lightning. Getting all crazy. Okay, let's do. Let's go to the beach. Smokestack lightning. Oh, God, I can't stop. Smokestack lightning. And now with his new hit single, Smokestack Lightning. Smokestack Lightning. Go to the beach. Another day. Yeah. You're not alone. Smokestack lightning. Another day. It's my favorite ever. You're not alone. You're not alone. Let's get a little bit of a longer of a general read. You know me, I got the gift of gab. I like to do this shit. One thing I was getting is like, if things feel very like dead, don't fight against it. Don't rally against it. Don't revert to your negative. It's like the crying baby, right? Play in that. Play in that emptiness. Play in that whatever. But don't believe for a second that you're quote unquote alone, right? Because you are always with the divine creator source. Even if you feel like you're alone, don't buy into the hype. Okay, that's a big download that I'm getting, right? Because the human tendency is to want to feel, quote unquote, that you're alone. That's just the illusion of the devil or what have you. Okay, it's not real. Or whatever you want to call the devil, right? It could be the negative aspect of the ego, trying to revert into negative behavior. The Six of Sword in the upright wants to come out. That could be travel for some. It can also just be about moving to easier times, embracing the stillness and the quiet, enjoying the silence, right? You have the Six of Heart in the upright. This is pulling in your soulmates, traveling to your soulmates. It could be non-locally. It could also be within your current vicinity or area. Okay, no new action, so they could be traveling to you. Yes, the manifestation. This has been coming across as the manifestation. Remember, it's electric, right? And so the oogie, woogie, boogie, boogie. So the manifestation has been coming across as this electron cloud that you've been pooling. It's like you got the big one, you got Moby Dick. Okay. You're reeling it in. Look at the reel in the middle. It looks like an old school video camera reel on either side of the lens, right? So it's flying to you. It looks like a butterfly as well. If you turn it sideways. So it's heading on to you. It's coming to you. Okay, you're reeling it in the more and more you feed it every day. Another day is gone. So you might feel like you're in suspended animation, but really you're in the X marks the spot, right? You're in the right spot. You're in the X marks the spot for that said manifestation. That's really what's happening. You're reeling it in because it's real. Play on words, I'm telling you. Like you're casting the line and reeling it in. Each day in the game, right? Time in the game. You're magnifying your manifestation the more time in the game in that given direction. Moving by soul, right? The soul knows the way. Not moving by man-made things. Because the man-made things will have you blind. 8 of Swords in the upright. But you're not about that life. Because you know the truth. Oh. And the Ace of Swords represents the truth. I said this before I saw it. 333 on the clock. Wow. That's very cool. I love that. I love that. And that's also what's informing you to stay in this balanced energy, knowing that knowing that the real ones are there, knowing that you're real ones. It wanted to come out as yours, so you're in possession of them. Ace of Sword in the upright. The 9-6 right here adds up to 15, which is 1 and 5, which is 6. So channeling that balanced energy here. Okay, that's what those came out. Let's roll this on over to Aries. Aries or first house crosswatcher. Ooh, now you got the Ace of Sword in the reverse. This is the inner knowing, right? The Ace of Sword in the upright came out before this. This is about cutting through the bullshit, cutting down the karmic soulmates. The karmic soulmates are the negative ones that are going to latch on and try to feed your energy, or feed from your energy, I should say. Acting as a distraction. You don't really feel the vibe. If you don't really feel the vibe, that speaks louder than anything. Okay? So that's the truth. And you are cutting yourself down from hanging around people that you're not vibing with. Right? The vibe is not the tribe if the vibe is not right. So the ace in the reverse, right? Okay, let's talk about the ace in the upright. Aries or first house crossroads, right? This is Jupiter. When the spade is in the upright, it's Jupiter, right? When it's in the reverse like this, right? The reverse is the upright. This is reverse. This is Saturn, right? So you have an inner knowing that your discipline is going to pay off. This is also the discipline of Saturn, the devil card, because it's restriction, similar as the hangman. Woo, we on a good one today. Your inner knowing that this is going to pay you off. The Knight of Sword is the manifestation coming through. It's looking for you. Look, it's looking through the peephole, right? It's scoping you out. It's saying, I see you, because you're resonant in the same frequency, the same suit. And that's another interpretation. I just recently, in this moment, as I said that I just applied to being of the similar suit is a similar frequency. It's like playing music in a similar key. So this knight knows it's on behalf of the divine almost, right? Just like you could say that something negative is on behalf of, the devil or whatever, if you want to talk in those terms. This is on behalf of the divine, because its sole purpose is to bring you this blessing, this gift, this reward right here, because you're resonating in the truth, and the truth sets you free. So what's the truth? The truth is you're worth it. The truth is you're worthy. You're doing it. You already did it, and you're just resonating in this fun-loving field of receiving that blessing as external manifestation in your 3D reality. Now remember, this is the heart being crucified. This is the cross. This is Saturn. So you may have to have been a sacrifice like St. Peter when he's nailed to the tree upside down, the hangman. But it's going to pay off because it's going to be your comeback, your resurrection, right? And this manifestation will come to cut you down from this hangman position. And what is it? It is your comeback, your growth, and your expansion with Jupiter in the upright here. Okay. Anything else here, Spirit, that we want to speak to? I do see some bat iconography here. The bats go in the cave, right? That's how it kind of looks here. Around this spade are little bats. They look like you can't really see it, but looks like they're going into the bat cave. Okay, but then they eventually got to come out. So you're receiving the bat signal, right? You feel like you're Batman coming out of the cave when you're summoned. Okay. Very beautiful imagery here. And you will be summoned, you will be called upon. And you're gonna, this is also yonic and phallic symbology, right? This is phallic, this is yonic, so it's a perfect match. It's a match made in heaven. This guy came out earlier with the King of Swords and the Queen of Swords. Okay. So it's almost as if Spirit has been marinating you, right? 444 on the clock for this exact moment. I'm hearing this magic moment. So if you feel like you've been on the sideline as far as the dating game or whatever, that's what this is coming through here. And they are going to be well worth the wait because you were being prepared in this suspended state to be the best version of yourself for this magic moment. 5:05 on the clock. Let's throw this on over to Taurus. Reach out for me. Very cool. I'm liking these readings. I don't know what it is about it, but I was supposed to feel this energy and get up and get at it. Get at it. If you're not a Taurus, feel it for the second house. Okay, this is the Four of Cups, the Four of Hearts. Four is about stable emotion. This is also the energy of Jupiter, stable emotion for the sake of expansion. Okay, the Four is Jupiter. You see the cross pointing downward. That's down with the physical material reality or Saturn. Okay, Satan. And the cross is pointing downward. Let's see. And we know this is Jupiter because this is the sign of Jupiter. So you see there's a number 2 hidden here. You might not be able to notice it because it's reverse angle, but I'll even draw it on here, right? Got my red marker in the other room, but if you draw a little hook on top, and that's the number 2. It might look mirrored version here, but it's like this. Voop. Like how you draw number 2. So, voop. Right? So that's how you know it's Jupiter. It's a sign of Jupiter in the alchemical symbol. And when you turn this in reverse, this is a sign of Saturn. Right? It's the cross. And instead of these being squared off, they're actually loop-de-loop, like an S. That's a sign of Saturn. So this is how we know what the 5 and the 4 is about, and also the 2, Saturn and Jupiter. So the 4 in the upright is Jupiter, so this is stable emotion for the sake of expansion. Okay. Whoops. Whoops. Anything else here for Taurus or second house crossover? So Spirit needs you to be in that consistently stable, positive state for your victory. And the stable, consistent, positive state will also usher in your victory. Yeah. Okay. This is more Jupiter energy. This is Jupiter in the sign of Leo. So more expansion, more growth. This is by the summertime. Okay. But you channel it now because it's non-local, right? Sometimes we do ourselves a disservice and say, oh, you got to wait till the summertime. No, this is non-local. You do this now ASAP. You channel your abundance from your stable emotional state, and that is your victory. That is your reward. Okay, this is logic and reason, left hemisphere of the brain. We're not rocking with that when it's the negative expression. Okay, we're only rocking with it when it's the positive expression. Ooh, they're coming out again, man. I'm telling you. When these two are together, man, they're coming out gangbusters. And this is you and your divine counterpart, is how it comes across. Okay? Make it about you, right? And this is also the divine masculine and the divine feminine with you, 333 on the clock, being in order, being balanced, right? And that's why you have that stable emotion, because it's in balance. And that's what's going to lead you to your victory. Okay? You're not tripping when you see your Seven of Pentacles in the reverse. You're not tripping when you're not seeing the growth in the 3D. And that's the wisdom of the King of Swords, because he has the butterfly on his throne. Okay, he has the butterfly on his throne in actuality in the tarot card. So what does that reference? His resurrection. He already went into the chrysalis and was born out. That's something that differentiates him between the queen, right? Theoretically. Boom, ten of cup in the upright. This is happiness. Okay, this is channeling that happiness within, so that you see it without. Okay, the 10 of cups within, so you can see it without. All right, let's roll this on over to Gemini. Be right back. Okay, let's go with Gemini. If you're not a Gemini, take this for your third house cross watch. Okay, Eight of Pentacles. We're talking work energy. We're talking craftsmanship. We're talking manifestation, manifesting quality, something of quality coming in, a quality opportunity as well here. At the Six of Swords in the upright. This came out for the general. This is internal alchemy. Okay, alchemization. Balancing the waters, making sure things are calm and smooth. So when you relax, right, that's been a theme as well, then the quality comes out, right? When you're trying to force things, okay? So the relaxed quality and consistency, the slow, steady moving, day by day, brick by brick, track by track. Because the slow and steady energy of the Nine of Pentacles makes the day, wins the race. Right? The turtle and the hare. What's this decision coming out with the Two of Swords in the upright? It has to do with the Queen of Wands here. It has to do with the Queen of Wands. Okay, this is being empowered, right? You're most empowered when you're taking it slow, day by day. Queen of Wands. Even though you might feel like you're suspended, like you're hanging around, this is you being in the right place at the right time. So don't take it as a negative and don't overthink and worry, especially in regards to your manifestation. Okay? Because you want your energy to remain open for receiving your manifestation because it's coming through. If this Nine of Wands were in the upright, it would mean that you were blocked off and you're not receptive. But it's good to see this in the reverse because it means that you're open and you're receptive. And I'm also getting honesty as well. Open and honest for this. 2 on the clock as I flash the Two of Heart here. This could be relationship. This could be business. Your manifestations are wanting to come in. Okay. And since you have this openness, these wands or these acts, or also remember the acts, and this is just a new download right here in the moment. The acts are the acts of the play. Okay. So these acts, Act 1, Act 2, are falling away based on what your focus is and what your manifestation is, right? So this is canceling this in the upright, 10, and you're left with 1. The most powerful wand, Queen of Wands in the upright. So all of these other acts or actions weren't worthy of your prestige and your caliber. So you're not acting upon them, or maybe even offers, because you know that you're high ranking, whether in the spiritual or here on the 3D, 333 on the clock. Remember the number synchronicities, when I call them out, that means spirit is with us. Very cool. I'm going to leave that there. I like that. I like that energy a lot because you only need that one act, that one chapter to turn everything around. Like you need that one action, like you need that one storyline that writes yourself at the top of the heap in line for the best manifestation. Okay. Because it's almost like you have seniority. You've done your time. And you did things the slow, right, and ready way. Okay, let's roll this on over to Cancer. Cancerian or fourth house crosswatcher, 3 of Cup in the upright. Remember, the 3 is half of the butterfly. Okay, the 3 is the triangle, the triad where you house the divine. Okay, it's also a third party. It's also celebration. Okay, it's a creative emotional energy here that you're channeling. Okay, what about this? What direction are we going with this, Spirit? It almost in a weird way feels like a crossroads, okay, because the 3 seems to be made of the 7 and the 8, the bottom half of the 8 and the top half of the 7. So it might even be like you're in between. Feels like a game of Full Monty. Okay. 9 of Pentacle in the upright, though. Not a bad energy to come out here. It's almost like you're celebrating your independence, you're celebrating your freedom, okay, you're celebrating your financial success as well. Okay? Because you are with the Holy Trinity, the Holy Triad, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, the Mother, Father, Child, which again houses the divine here. So even though you aren't maybe at times in the 3D exactly where you want to be, you could make camp at the level that you're at. Like say you're climbing Everest, right? You can make camp and feel fulfilled and content and satisfied because you tune into that divine fulfillment here and now. Happiness, joy, and those high vibrations over a long period of time ensure victory, but it also ensures that you get to have the taste of that success and satisfaction at the end of each day, which sustains you for this long journey over time. And this is how that Knight of Pentacles that came out earlier in the reading before sustains long enough to become the king. Okay. So everything is routinized, everything is in place for you to do consistently and go with the flow consistently. Okay. So things might seem dead or over, but this is the beginning because you're going through that portal or that passage of seemingly where things seem dark night of the soul or dead and done and over. You're like, no, this is just the beginning because you know that the ending is an illusion, right? And it just means that the beginning is about to start. So remember, you're getting amped up. You're getting pulled back like the bow. You're building the electrons. You're building the voltage, like a pole vault. And we haven't even hit the astrological new year yet. So this is how I know that it's actually good in a weird way that we celebrated New Year's in January because 333 on the clock. Spirit is with us. Because now it's priming us in the direction. It's like we have extra time to prepare for where we want to go when we hit the astrological new year. Okay. So you might be even going against the crowd, the road less traveled. Okay. See how this is going in a different direction as these guys over here. But you're open, right? You have your true magnetic north, it feels like. Okay. And you're expanding and you're growing in your own direction. And the interesting thing is that you might even have followers too, right? You might even have people. It's like you're using this time. Remember I said you have the extra time to build your charge? Well, part of that charge is forming those bonds. We were talking about this earlier in the morning today on the live stream. Check it out on YouTube at Running Gun Tarot, where you're using this time to attract the bonds, like hydrogen with 2 oxygen molecules, for instance. You're sharing the electron, you're sharing the vision, and you're building it more and more and more and more and more. And the right people, i.e. the right molecules, are clumping together to keep moving forward. So you outnumber these going in the wrong direction. And you're building momentum, and you're building the right crowd, and you're building the right following, and you're leading people in the right direction. Because what came out earlier, because you stand on truth on the inside and the outside. You are very familiar with the truth of this reality. All right, that was a beautiful reading. I'm going to leave this here. Let's roll on up. Let's see with Leo, or if you're not a Leo, take this for the 5th house. 2 of Wands in the upright. So you know the truth. You're leading the charge and creating reality, right? 2 of Wands, 2 of Clubs here. This is seeing the bigger worldview picture, right? You have the time afforded by Spirit so you can see the truth about how the world works and why it feels like it's in upside down right now. And you have the truth because you know it's purposely being construed in that way. And you don't fear because you know that you're able to rest in the divine at any given moment. You're never alone. You're always with the divine. Because we live in a fractilian world, the fractal. Meaning when you zoom in any given direction, you get more and more of infinity. So if I'm putting my focus in faith, God, good deeds, good acts, I'm focusing and zooming in that reality, and therefore that reality becomes the reality that I'm embodied in. Okay. Sometimes we like to think of things as only like up and down spatially in the 3D, but we got to understand it as well, the non-local quantum, as being able to, like I just described it, zoom in to your ideal reality to the point where it's encompassed around you. Okay, like Ant-Man. Remember Ant-Man goes quantum? That's a part of manifestation as well. The quantum remembers where your vision, where your imagination is, where your manifestation is, where your magi, where your magnetic attachments to what you want to bring into this realm are. Okay? And so you're turning a corner when it comes to your relationship with the material, right? The pentacle, the 5. But the 5 is Saturn, so it's discipline for your betterment, right? And you're learning how to turn the corner of the cube matrix and the pyramid scheme, right? The pyramid on the back of your dollar bill. The cube is the time, space, money matrix, and the triangle is the pyramid scheme. You're defeating that with your knowledge of circle takes a square. Remember Hollywood Squares? And the circle is the divine, right? So you're sniffing out the corners of this reality and you're realizing, oh, I have what's inside me to draw the circle proverbially around this cube or this pyramid, this square or this triangle, so to speak. And that's how you expand. That's confirmation right there. And that's how you expand Jupiter, right? Jupiter defeats Saturn, Kronos, through the expansion, through breaking the illusion of the bondage. Saturn is the devil, right? The devil could only cast illusion. 333. How do you defeat illusion? Truth. What's the truth? The truth is that the illusion is not real, right? Meaning it's not the food, the manna, okay? That which you're reeling in the fish, right? If you reel in a tire, right, an old car tire, it's not real, right? Meaning it's not worth reeling in with your attention. So the fisherman takes the tire, he casts it aside, and then he casts his line back out into the quantum to reel in, to realize, right? To make real what he desires to pull out of the quantum, which is the fish or the manifestation, the woman, okay? The car, the money, whatever it is that you desire. 4 on the clock. So this is the logic and reason that sometimes gets in our way, because if we pull out a rubber tire from a ocean or a river or a lake, then the logic and reason, if it's vibrating at a lower frequency rate, it'll jump to conclusions and say, oh, this lake is empty and it just has garbage, or this manifestation won't be realized or be made real. Okay. Remember, the sword is electric. And so the electric is when, in the form of a bolt or electric current, it's when it's a particle wave, right? So it's collapsed into this reality, as opposed to being like a radio wave or an X-ray wave or a non-local wave, right? 555 at the clock. So at any given moment, you're able to make non-local the cube or the box that you're trapped in by casting your net, your attention, like the Bible says, cast your net to the right hemisphere, which is where God is. So at any moment, you're able to draw the circle around the square, in this case, the diamond, or the square of the cube. The square, it's the same thing, or the triangle. Right? Like I've been saying, the square or the cube is the time-space money matrix. Once you defeat that by drawing the circle, right, tapping into the divine, seeing the truth of it, you go to spirituality or the pyramid scheme. And then you draw the circle around that. And then you keep on until you realize, oh shit, I'm God, I'm source. Let's keep on rolling this over. I think we're going on to Virgo. Let's see what happens for Virgo. That Three of Cup, that pesky Three of Cup has been coming out here. Okay. Now, pescatarian, it could be the fish, the three fishes, multiplying the fish. Okay, magnifying, multiplying the food, the fish, the sustenance, the women, the joy, the celebration. Okay, growing it exponentially by tuning into it here and now. I also got the three. These threes are being very interesting. Okay, so multiplying the joy and the satisfaction in your dwelling, in the immediacy, in the present environment here. Three of Wands in the reverse. Okay, being receptive, right? It's almost like your ships are coming in here. Something's going to come in that's going to multiply the joy in your environment, in your dwelling. It's kind of what it's coming as. It's going to help bring you out of conflict. Five of Wands in the reverse. It's going to be possibly a part of your manifestations that you've been desiring. The Eight of Heart in the upright is a new emotional beginning. Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord. The 8 is moving to the 9. The 8 is moving to the 9. You are standing on business. You're standing on experience because you've been conducting yourself in the right way. Now let's break down conducting, right? Yes, it's the orchestrator, the maestro at the beginning of a symphony, or at the head of an orchestra, I should say, to play the symphony. You've been playing the symphony of your life day in, day out in the proper, right, according way, according to 2 on the clock, to the instruction of what's good, okay? What's God, what's on the up and up, what's the divine, right? You're aligning yourself with the good spirit, the good deeds, the good works, the good thoughts, the good feelings, right? So instead of this stagnancy, you've taken the next step, right? Stagnant is static. You're moving those emotions in a good way. There's movement here. You're applying magnification. You're moving, like we said in the last reading, you're magnifying, you're moving things. You're expounding upon them. You're expanding upon them. You're diving into them. You're making a stir in a good way, right? It's almost like you're walking down the aisle here, the middle heart. Okay, so the 9 of cup in the upright is good emotion. It's a high emotional level, also meaning high maturity level, 3 on the clock, because you've been conducting yourself properly. So what is conductive? Water. What does it mean to be conductive? It means that the electrons on the atom of the molecule, on the atoms of the molecule, are conducive to jumping off onto the magnet, right? So what's the magnet? In manifestation, it's your emotions, because your emotions are magnetic. You could go down the emotional pole, the magnetic pole, by dwelling and experiencing and feeding your electrons to the bad or the negative, or you could go up the emotional pole. Up is good, right? The plus, the positive, the great magnet. The plus is the cross, right? Plus is good to add more, because you're an adult is good. So you've been conducting yourself in a healthy, good, positive way. The 9 of cups in the upright, remember, it's healthy, positive, mature, emotional self-realization and actualization. Remember, we said water is conductive to electricity. So you've been conducting yourself properly emotionally. The emotion is magnetic. So the electrons on the water are jumping off, right, because of the positive emotion, and they're jumping on to the magnet of your manifestation, of what you're trying to draw in, of what you're trying to attract. Okay? So we have a magnetic pole. The human body is a battery and has a magnetic pole, South Pole, North Pole. Right? Let's think this out loud together. So if my emotions, I've been conducting my emotions. So what does that mean? It means that your emotions, the electrons from your emotions, have been jumping off onto something that's magnetic. So what is magnetic? It's your body in the 3D, but it's also your astral body or your quantum body, or what you're, I would imagine, pulling in, what you're attracting, what you're reeling in, right? Because what we're doing with our focus, if our attention and our consciousness, and we're figuring this out together in the moment, so stay with me. But this is how I know that we're talking truth here. What did we say here? Ace of Swords in the inside and the outside, right? Inside is down, the internal. Outside is up, the external. So because we're dwelling in truth inside and out, we could figure this out together, right? So we said something has to be magnetic. Well, what's a good way to understand the pulling effect of a magnet, right? Well, what does that? Well, the black hole sun of our pupils, because it's a vacuum, right? It's a peephole. The peephole, see through the peephole into the quantum, right? So we're sucking in electronic energy, the light spectrum, right? So that's magnetism. Because if electrons are jumping out there and going in here, there must be some sort of magnetic force or positive force. Anytime you have negative moving to positive, right? That's a magnetic pull or an electrical pull. But in this case, we're talking magnetic because we also already have determined that the human body is a magnet. So we could get away with it. At the end of the day, it's all plus and minus, right? That's how an electromagnetic field works. They need each other. So either way, we're moving in the right direction because we're moving up positive and we're making sense of what we're talking about here. But let me think out loud here. Let's keep on rolling this on over because we're already at 8 minutes for this video. What's up, Libra? So let's keep on thinking this out loud. I've been conducting myself properly, right? To prop something up, right? Like a pillar or a pole. So I've been conducting. What does it mean to conduct? To conduct something means to have electrons jump off of an atom, let's say in the water molecule, because the cups are water, and water is our emotion, right? So I've been conducting the play on words or directing or orchestrating like a maestro in the right direction, meaning I'm tuned into what the God, with the universe, with the highest of highs, with spirit, with the cosmos, whatever you want to call good and up, God, right? Good is God. God is good. Can't spell good without G-O-D, without God. I've been conducting or directing, maestro, my emotions, my conductive molecule, right? In accordance, a music chord, playing the instrument, 1, 2, 3 on the clock. We're thinking this out, figuring this out here and now together live. In the right direction of the cosmos. In the right direction, that's confirmation of what's up and up. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Okay? So nine of cups. Let's pull this all together. Cups is emotion, water. Emotion is bonding. Okay, a covalent bond, like water, like 2 oxygen molecules to a hydrogen. Also, the emotional experience exchange in a relationship. You form bonds with people, places, and things, right? But in your independence, because the 9 is about independence, you've been imbuing your surroundings in accordance with the divine. 2 and 2 and 2 on the clock. 2, 2, 2 on the clock. So you've been consistent with playing the right emotion. And that has an imbuing effect in your surroundings. So you're enriching your 3D by keeping your internal emotions at a high level in accordance with divine law, and therefore you're on up and up. That's why we had the 8 before, and now we're moving to the 9. Because before you may have been stasis, you may have been stagnant, you may have been static, but then you started to what? Play. You started to play, you started to have fun, you started to enjoy. And that's all that life wants you to do. It wants you to love it. That's all that God wants you to do. It wants you to spend time with it. Sit in meditation for 20 fucking minutes. Say, hey, ding dong, you're fucking everything. You're it. Don't let these faggots fucking confuse you otherwise with their money and their pyramid scheme. And I'm not saying that in a pejorative against homosexuals. I'm saying that as a pejorative against these satanic, blood-sucking kid fuckers. You know what I'm saying? You're stronger than all of them. Their worst demon bat out of hell. Because you are in line with the divine. You're conducting yourself in accordance with the divine. And you're laughing at them. What better way to take the piss out of them, right? So anything else on this conducting? Because I love thinking this shit out loud. All right. Right. Okay. So this is what I was trying to play out. Right. Your emotions in your emotional body, your feeling emotional body, are wrapped around your magnetic pole, your magnetic center, in the middle of your 3D body. So that's how the electrons of positive emotion are jumping into your magnetic field, which is creating energy. And this energy, like Pisces, is spiraling upward, up and up and up and up. The Jesus fish, right? The image of Pisces is two fish, and those fish are spinning. Now it's your choice. Do you want to spin it up, or do you want to spin it down? You're choosing up, 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 up. And now, what is the 9 of cup? It's Pisces. 8, 9, and 10 are ruled by Pisces. Okay. What else is Pisces ruling planet in the old world interpretation? Jupiter. In the new world, it's Neptune. But back in alchemical days, we didn't have Neptune yet. We had Jupiter. So Jupiter and Saturn were the respective signs, or excuse me, Pisces and Sagittarius were the respective signs to Jupiter. And what have we been saying about from the 8 to the 9, or from Saturn, the bondage, to Jupiter, right? Or the 7 to the 8, excuse me. What defeats Saturn? Jupiter. Saturn is Satan or Kronos. What defeats Saturn, Satan, or Kronos? Jupiter. Because you're bounded by Saturn in handcuffs, you break free by expanding with Jupiter. Right? Remember, Jupiter is the Roman god, and Zeus is a Greek god. What's Jupiter and Zeus? Jesus. Jesus defeats Satan. It's all fucking in our history. It's all mythology. It's all the same age as old as time tale. So this is good to see. And this is also good to see because look what's hidden. The expansive 8 on the diamond, right? The 8 track. Right? The number 8 here, the lemniscate in the middle. But then also you got the snowman on top. See this circle here, circle here, circle here. Now, what did we say earlier? We said circle conquers the square, right? The time, money, cube, matrix, and it conquers the triangle. What's half the diamond? A triangle. You draw the circle around the diamond. Downward triangle is water, I believe. Upward triangle is fire. And you also make the Star of David when you transpose them over each other. And on the side of the Star of David, or excuse me, in the middle of the Star of David is the hexagon, the 6 sides. Now, what fits into, let me see if I have a square anywhere. Square, square, square. Don't know that I have a square here. But my point is that when you have a cube, rather, when you turn that cube, that six-sided cube, like a dice, I should have a dice. When you turn it sideways so that the point is looking at you head on, the outline is a hexagram or six sides, just like the six sides of a cube. So you can fit that cube right into the Star of David, right? So that's how we know who we're dealing with here. Let's roll this on over.
Let's keep on thinking this out. Let's keep on thinking this out loud. I think
So let's keep on rolling this. Let's say Scorpio now. So this top circle is the divine God that can be recognized at this level and this level, and that you need to do in order to be able to overcome these levels. So you pray for financial freedom, right? This would be emotional freedom and independence. The pentacles are financial freedom and independence. So the spirit says, okay, you want financial freedom, emotional freedom and independence. I'm going to give you the freedom first. Okay? So you could know what it is that we're dealing with. I'm not going to give you $100 million first, because you're going to be a jagoff and you're not going to know what the fuck it is. I'm going to teach you what all this shit is. You're going to learn that it's all electromagnetic energy. So that's what Spirit is saying to us as a collective. But I love this, right? Because we're spiraling upward. We're climbing the stairway to heaven when the 9 is in the upright. And we might feel that we're on an isle to our own, an island of our own, but this separation is purposeful. Because while these energies are offsetting each other, canceling each other out directionally, you have your chosen path. Now, what did we say this shape was in the upright? This is Jupiter as well. So speak of the devil, right? Ironically. But we're not speaking of the devil, we're speaking of the Savior. Maybe we should turn that phrase, speak of the Savior. Right? Because 222 on the clock, that's confirmation on the clock that I'm recording. Because, and speaking of 2, I was just going to say this. Look at, this is a number 2. You could draw it. All you need to do is put your little tail there. Let me get my fucking red marker. 1 second. So without me knowing, maybe unconsciously I knew, but I was talking about the number 8 and invoking the shape of the circle here that makes the 8 and the shape of the circle here that makes the 8. I was saying it on this card here. But you have circle here. This top circle gives you Frosty the fucking Snowman, who was what? Magical. He expanded beyond his conceived design, just like you, because you're coming into your full magnetic power. So we said this is good because it's Pisces in the tarot. You study tarot, you find out that 8, 9, 10 heart or cup is Pisces. And you say, well, that's Jupiter. Jupiter is about expansion past this shit. That's why the number 8 is here, because 8 is about expanding past. What is this as well? You turn it sideways. What does it look like? Looks like the number 7. Let me draw a mirrored version of it. It looks like the number 7. This half of the triangle. So you're expanding past the 7 by embodying the 8. How do we know that Jupiter is 8? Because we know that the cube is Saturn because of the 6. Because 666 is Satan, Saturn, the devil. Capricorn is a devil card in the tarot. Capricorn's ruling planet is Saturn. So the 6 goes on the spiritual path, 7. Okay. It's okay. Got an incoming call here. Just let it go. 7 is also a spiritual number, right? But 7 is still in association with the 6 because we said you could fit the cube into the Star of David, right? See this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat-headed sides. Right. So when you, I'm gonna try to draw this nice and big. See in the Star of David here, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a hexagon. It's crooked, but you get the cube from the hexagon, right? How do I do that? Well, let me draw it for you. There's one line. Two line. Three line. That's a cube, right? This one's straighter looking because I drew it better. But I just wanted to show you. You could fit that cube in here because we got it from the hexagram. So you know that the 7 is still fucking with the cube or the square. So you need to keep on going to the 8. You need to keep on expanding. Because 8 is about expansion and abundance in numerology, just like Jupiter. I'm trying to think if there's any other connections to the number 8 in Jupiter. I do know that the 8 of Wands is Sagittarius, which is ruling planet Jupiter. And then I suppose you can make the connection of this with Pisces when we're talking about the heart aspect. But you get the idea. Let's roll this on over. So this will be for speaking of the Savior, Sagittarius. 3 and 8, 3 and 8 on the clock. That's 11, 11. Make a wish. Okay. Thank you. So what are we talking about here? We said you wished for financial freedom and independence. Spirit gave you the independence first, right? Independence. In the pen, I dance. What's the pen? The pen can be prison. It can be feeling like you're suspended, like you're stagnant. Number 8. So you were stagnant, right? But we said in the pen I dance. So I might be in prison, but I'm making a dance out of it. I'm making it fun. I'm making it a play. So you're given your independence. So you're learning how to be fulfilled and happy with nothing. This guy's hanging around, so he has to make a game of it. So he's learning how to play. So he has the cards here. He's upside down right now, but he's still playing with the cards here. And he's the Joker, right? The hanged man, because he's upside down in the tarot. And what's the hanged man? It's the planet of Neptune. What's the planet of Neptune? Ruling sign? Pisces. Bingo, bango, bumbo. Bingo, bango, whammo. So, let's see. So you're giving your independence first. And also, what else is independence? Independence is in the pen I dance. Writing down your manifestation, writing down your wishes, your thoughts, your dreams, manifesting. Right? And manifesting is tapping into the divine. What's another word for the divine? This is a new upload as well, or download, 222 on the clock. Another word for the divine is the quantum field of all that is and all that is possible. What else? Anything else for Spirit? So the fact that the 9 of Pentacles and the 9 of Heart here is very lovely. Oh, you got the 8 of Sword and the 8 of Heart here too. This is remembering not to fall into the trap of overthinking. Remember, in the pen I dance. So grounding your thoughts. Excuse me, remember this is electrical energy that needs to be grounded by dielectric or grounded matter or energy. So writing things down if it's too much. So this is Sagittarius energy, which is what we're speaking to. Queen of Pentacles is a perfect depiction of Saturn meets Jupiter because Capricorn is her zodiac sign, and so is Sagittarius. She represents the transition from Sagittarius to Capricorn. So in this instance, we have Sagittarius ruled planet Jupiter right next to Capricorn. Okay. And this could have been also why you're in this restriction, right? Because if Jupiter gets too much expansion, unbridled expansion is a Cancer. It's unhealthy. So hence why this self-imposed, right, position, so you can figure out what it is that you're doing in this reality and what this reality is. So when I say Saturn, Satan, Kronos, the devil card, it's not all bad, right? When you put someone in prison, it's not bad. It's for their own good, so they can figure shit out and course correct, right? And so when you're in your cell, right, because you're being charged, you're building your electrons, right? What did we say? It's being built up in the battery by the volt, the 9 volt, right? the 9. So in this current state of being, and I don't want to call it spiritual prison because that's a pejorative. I don't like that idea. This is like spiritual school, I would say, more so. You're building up your voltage. The volt is the thing that's going to catapult you to where you want to be, right? Remember, the volt is the energy that moves the electric charge. Because it gets so built up that it has to expand and find that positively charged environment. Anything else about this spirit? Because I think we're doing some good work right now. Anything else here, spirit? Anything else here, spirit? Basic cup in the reverse. Your emotional investment is determining your direction because it looks like it's pointing somewhere. Now the 7 of cup in the reverse, this is in that fantasy land. This is in that imagination. Okay. Where you're realizing or reeling in the reality that you want. Okay. Manifestation. Let's roll this on over. Okay, this is for Capricorn or 10th house cross watcher. Doing a lot of good work today. All this shit is coming together. This motherfucker was the catalyst. He showed us that all of this is electromagnetic energy. Everything is ruled by electromagnetic energy. Now, this guy, what's fucking awesome about him, the fact that he's coming out right now, is because everything that we were talking about in the couple of readings before this about being in the cell, being in spiritual prison, even though we're not calling it that, we're calling it like spiritual school or whatever. That is synonymous with him going into the caterpillar, going into a chrysalis to be born a butterfly. And so now the protagonist, you, come out as a king of sword here, non-gender specific. And why do we say the butterfly? Because on the king of sword, in the traditional tarot, on his throne is the sign of the butterfly. The suit of swords sign is the butterfly. It's featured on the Knight of Swords, it's featured on the King of Swords, the Queen of Swords. I believe you will always see a butterfly. So here, this is the same as this. And what's on his throne? The butterfly. How do you get the butterfly? Caterpillar goes into the chrysalis or the cocoon, so it could come out a beautiful butterfly, right? So that motherfucker's been through it, aka this. Blowing my mind. I'm just making the connection right now. What happens with a chrysalis? What happens with a cocoon? It hangs upside down. Does it not? You're watching live fucking manifestation teaching right here, breakthroughs, putting the pieces together. So the chrysalis and the cocoon hangs upside down, like the hanged man. But he eventually emerges king. Look how big that broad ass sword is. Motherfucker, Brontosaurus Rex over here. So we spoke earlier about the 7, right? And you have to get out of the 7 because the goal is to keep on expanding. Expanding is a euphemism for becoming more aware of what you're in right now, what level you're in right now. Right? 1 second, let me shut off the air. So it's in this chrysalis of the cocoon that the hangman realizes that he was in the 6, the cube, right? That's the flesh, 666, carbon, the elemental sign or the number for carbon is 6. Everything is made out of carbon, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 666. That's the devil, that's Satan, that's Saturn, that's restriction, that's bonded to the flesh. So we realize we're in that. We have to move to the 7, right? And the 7 is the triad, or the inkling of spirituality, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? Divine, masculine, feminine, child. That triad is also a house for the spirit of the divine. But we have to circle it, encompass it to overcome it, right? Or turn the square and the triangle into a circle. And the circle is a sign for the infinite or the divine. So since I was looking at the tarot, I saw this guy. And this is perfect because he's the number 7, right? And the star on his head has 8 sides. So he wants to expand past the 7. We said 7 is still not where we want to be, right? Because outside of the material, outside of spirituality or the money pyramid, all this esoteric knowledge, the height is consciousness, the living embodiment of the divine, right? Moving lock and step in flow, no doubt, no fear, no worry, full knowing, right? So we have to imbue and imprint and train that patternization within our being, right? So this guy is chariots of fire rushing out of the 7 to move to the 8, the star on his head. That's awakened knowledge of the divine, right? He's moving out of the realm of 7 into the realm of the 8. Expansion, abundance, Jupiter. And so on and so forth. Now, what I really should say is let's see. Yeah, and you can go on and on. You can make connection of how numbers represent what have you. Half of the number 8, by the way, is the number 4. And we said the number 4 is the alchemical sign of Jupiter. Right. There's no red marker. Just brought it out here. You could do a lot with these numbers here, but the idea is the expansion, right? Jupiter is a ninth house. So if anything, the 9 is more associated with Jupiter instead of the 8, excuse me. But you could still work with the 8 because it's the same concept of expansion and growth, which is what you need. This is a sign of Jupiter, number 2, and also the number 4. So when you expand it, when you multiply it, you get the number 8. This is also the number 24. All right. And again, expansion, we're using that as euphemism for consciousness, realization, self-realization of who you are, which is God, the divine, all that stuff. Let's roll this on over. Last 2 readings. This is going to be for Aquarius. Let's see. So this is what? This is still going to be Jupiter, even though it's coming to a point. Because of this, the number 2. Right? When you draw a line down the middle of the spade, you can't see it because it's red, but boom, that's Jupiter. And when you reverse it, that's the sign for Saturn. So that's how these two are intertwined. So this is actually the 3 of swords here. Now, traditionally in the tarot, the 3 of swords is not depicted as this. It's depicted as the swords piercing the heart. But now this is blowing my mind. This is another live download realization. What's this motherfucker? Was not Jesus supposedly crucified next to Barabbas and some other schmuck? 3 of swords in the heart. This is the crucifixion. But this is also Saturn because it's number 5. See? Number 5, backwards. We just said that this was the sign for Saturn, right? Does that not look like the motherfucking number 5 here? You could even see it here. Boom, boom, boom. So that's the sign of Saturn. So that's the cross or the sword piercing into the heart. Look, the sign for Saturn, mirrored version of it, looks like this. 3 of swords. Minus the 2 other swords. So I say that to say that this is the crucifixion. All right, this is all symbolism for the awakening of Christ consciousness, the Kundalini awakening that we were speaking to earlier, which is the caduceus, the magnetic north in the human body. Right? Anytime you get a minus and a positive, you got magnetism and electromagnetism. So the human body has electricity running through it. Electricity needs a magnetic track to bounce, to oscillate up and down on. That's the swerve of the snake. So traditionally, this represents heartbreak, but you could even read this, since the spades are pointing up, Jupiter's pointing up, you could read these, the poker cards, as expanding past that. Right? We are rising past that. We are resurrecting past that. Every time we rise in the morning with the rising sun. Jesus is the Son of God, 444 on the clock. Remember, we said Jupiter and Zeus are the same equivalency of the Roman and the Greek versions of each other. Jupiter plus Zeus is Jesus, Jesus. When Saturn's symbol is upward, that represents the material conquering the soul or the heart, because the soul resides in the heart. But when Jupiter's sign is upward, it represents the heart conquering, or the soul conquering physical matter. Because remember, Saturn is represented by Capricorn. Capricorn is Earth, right? So during the crucifixion, we think that it's the end, right? Ten of Swords. Backstab, betrayal is the Ten of Swords. What is it to be double-crossed? Betrayed. Those are two crosses, you see? Cross there, cross there. What happens when you get two crosses? Well, that's the Masonic symbol. And the G is in the middle. So Jesus was double-crossed. Isn't that crazy? By Judas. But that's okay because the sun always rises. And you could go on and on. So we're expanding past that. Anything else? We're expanding past the heartbreak and the sadness that we may have felt right before being put into this situation. And so we had a lot of time to think and dwell in it. But that made all the juices that much more savory for the bloom, for the blossoming, for the coming out party of this motherfucking King of Sword, the Butterfly King. Okay? And what does he have knowledge of? The butterfly effect. What's the butterfly effect another name for? Manifestation. There you go. And also, not for nothing, what is the K? It's number 11 in the alphabet. 1111, make a wish. What else we got? And what's half of the 3? Half of the 3 is the butterfly. Right? There's one half of the 3. And there's the other half of the 3. Now you want to get real freaky. You put that magnetic rod down the center, and now you get what? The mirrored version of the number 13. Well, what's the 13th sign in astrology that nobody talks about? What's the red-headed stepchild of astrology that no one talks about? Ophiuchus. What's the sign of Ophiuchus? To bring it all together, the sign of Ophiuchus is the snake climbing up the pole. What else did we say was climbing up the pole? Spiritual awakening. Kundalini snake climbing up the spine to the brain to turn itself on. And what is Christ being crucified a metaphor for? Kundalini awakening. Because in the Kundalini awakening process, the sacred Mercury in the spine goes to the middle of the brain in the pineal gland where it's crucified. Right? You've heard this before. And what's crucifixion? Cruce is a cross. Cross is magnification or multiplication. It undergoes a multiplying or magnifying, of its potency. It's charged up. So much so that it needs to shoot off into the right hemisphere, which is positively charged. And that in turn disperses to the left hemisphere, which is negatively charged and responsible for the subconscious. So in this process, you're awakening because once it hits the right, you're releasing. There's a lot of dormant positive energy in the right hemisphere. It's called Amrita. I believe it's called spelled Amrita. It has to be released into the magnetic field of the individual. And the way that's done is through the piezoelectric effect, right? So all of that is released. Positively charged energy shoots off to the negative charged hemisphere, the left side, ration, reason, logic, and the subconscious. This is where God is, the creative intuitive. There's nano crystals all up in that bitch that get shot with all of that electric energy, right? And all of that shit banging around, being turned on and released, activating dormant parts of the mind, sends photons into your magnetic field. And so now you're fully fucking charged, right? And not only that, but you're awakened to, ideally, how this whole system is run. Right? It's not enough to necessarily have the experience. You want to have the knowledge as well as to what the fuck is going on. And what are the dominant levers and mechanisms of why all of this is happening. Let's roll this on over. Okay, so last but not least, so you've undergone this resurrection process, this awakening process. Remember, this is the 4, it's a sign of Jupiter. The cross is pointing downward, that's Saturn, Satan. Satanists wear the cross pointing downward to represent Satan, Saturn. Satan and Saturn are synonymous. This is about stability. This is congratulations, you passed the finish line. You passed the test, you got out of spiritual prison, you passed your sentence. You did your time. You didn't let the time do you, and or you passed the course. We're calling it spiritual college, if you will. We're not calling it prison. We don't like that. So this is wedding, union, marriage, celebration, or I've also called this crossing the finish line. Crossing the finish line. And so with this is now knowledge, resources, Seven of Swords in the upright, devising a new strategy of how to interface with your world. Now that you have gnosis, knowledge of good, and understand how this world works. And so you're bringing your resources to a place of stability for Pentacles. And you're putting down, what do we say the wand represents? Action. You're putting down the other acts. What are acts? Acts of a play, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. You're putting down all those other storylines and just picking the one that most empowers you. Because you know the truth, right? On the inside, and you're applying it to the outside. So you're coming out this motherfucker like Batman. King of Swords in the upright. Right? Because you picked up your wand. What's a wand? A bat. Swinging it around. On these poker cards, you have these images. You can't probably see it zoomed in, but they're bats flying into the cave. Right? Spirit gave you the bat signal. Says, we need you to come out because you got the fucking knowledge that I gave you. There you go. Queen of Wands has her bat, non-gender specific, her club. The Q is number 17 in the alphabet, MNOPQ, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. M is 13, it's the middle point. So the 1 adds to the 7, that becomes 8. These look like number 8s on her robe. And then we went on that whole deal of what number 8 represented. You could also say that 8 is the 8th house of Scorpio, which is the underworld, Hades, which is maybe you could say where you were in the upside down in the underworld. So as to receive gnosis or knowledge. What else? You also have the Queen of Pentacles featuring here. Could be another character in life, another queen, another someone who's of your similar rank. This is also the electrical reference, right? Black is negative, red is positive. In batteries, right? Car batteries and just in electricals, in electric. The negative goes in, the positive goes out. So you take the negative, it's even in our language, right? A bad experience is negative, being suspended. Oh, and what do you look at here? What else is it? It's black. Black is negative. But you take that in until you come out positive. Because you get so much negative that it charges enough to where it has to seek positive. Right? Anything else here, Spirit? So I just want to point that out because you have the black shift, red shift, which is negative and positive charges. In, out. So you were empowered with your wand here, your club. You empowered yourself in the negative, so much so to the point where now it has to manifest into the positive, the Queen of Pentacles, which is stability, resources, money. You empower yourself by being a high-level Queen of Club here, by not dabbling in just any of the acts, right? The acts are the 10 of wands. Wands are action. You're not settling for just any old action. High level. And you're not willing to move from that bench until it's really positive. Red is positive. Until the money is really right. The coin, right? The diamond, the pentacle. So this not taking any old action is your way of embodying the Queen of Pentacles, which is stability and security, to where you manifest stability and security. Particularly when it comes to work, because we said that Q was number 8. Number 8 is craftsmanship, work, quality when it comes to finances. So you're not settling for anything less than what you deserve as a high-ranking official, queen or king. Right? You have the experience, you have the status, the title, supervisorial, managerial, CEO, your own boss. Bam! That was beautiful. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Love you guys. Holler for more. Peace. Woof. Fuck, man. That guy's on a roll. Call me on cell phone. You know.